All right, we're back. And we are live, ready to talk playoff football. Glad to have you along here. I am still working on my 3A. Duran is working on his picks right now. But we've got the man, the myth, the legend right now, Randy Pickrell, who, Randy, I'll tell you what, man, your 2A show is doing pretty good.
Yeah, it seems to be. I was a little skeptical at first, but it's growing, and we had pretty good interaction last night.
Yeah, you
It
did.
went pretty well. So it's going. The word are getting out. People starting to listen.
Absolutely. Well, you are a 2A guy, no doubt about it, and you know a lot about just the teams in 2A, and I know you follow it very well. Of course, I know you're pretty active there on Fearless Friday. And so, anyway, we're going to talk some 2A ball, and I want to get your picks. We'll give you our picks, and Justin can follow along here as we go. And we're just going to talk a little bit about the matchups here and what you think and kind of what you're looking at and maybe possibilities. I know for me there is one really, truly, real intriguing matchup that could change the bracket. And we'll get to that. Maybe you might be thinking the same thing I am when it comes down to it.
Yeah, there's one that I've got circled, and we spoke on it last night.
Okay. Well, I didn't get a chance to watch because I was doing basketball. So we could be on the same page. I'm not totally sure. But we'll figure it out here in just a moment. Let's talk about, let's just go to the top of the bracket right now. And at the top of the bracket, you got Hampton and you got Mineral Springs. Now, of the 1-4 matchups, and I know I did watch a little bit, and you guys did touch on this, of the 1-4 matchups in the 2A, this one's probably the most intriguing of the 1-4 matchups, the one that could possibly produce an upset, not because Hampton's bad, but because Mineral Springs seems to be getting it right now.
Yeah, Mineral Springs is hot. They're playing as well as anybody right now. And Hampton won that conference, and that conference is either really equal or, we're fixing to find out that they're none of them very good. But, we saw Carlisle just beat Desart pretty handedly early in the year. So I would lean towards that conference is going to be pretty equal. Any one of those four out of that conference, the 4A could, or the 2A4, excuse me.
Yeah.
Could win, anywhere down through there.
Yeah, I think you're right. But what I see, and I'm just going to go ahead and give my pick right now. I think Hampton will win the game. Now I know for you as a Desert guy, you're thinking along the lines of if Mineral Springs can pull one off, then you've got a clearer road if you can beat Hector, which we'll get to that one in just a moment.
Yeah, well, I said last night that I picked Mineral Springs over Hampton as an upset, and that's my upset of the week. I'm going to stick with that. I don't know, just something about it. And it has, even if Desert doesn't win, I still think Mineral Springs can compete with Hampton. Mineral Springs has the athletes. They have them year in and year out. So they'll match up equally on athletes, I think. I just got Hampton by a squeaker, maybe less than a touchdown.
That'd be something, wouldn't it? A 4 over the 1 in the first round. Duran, what do you think?
Yeah, it doesn't happen very often.
Yeah, I'm going to stick with Hampton in this one, but I like everything y'all are saying. Mineral Springs, like you said, Randy, always has a lot of athletes, and we've seen them firsthand a couple years ago. Of course, they're always a little bit different every year, but I like the way Hampton has played. Just a huge step up this year and how well they've done. So I'm definitely going to take Hampton, even though I think that could be a very interesting game, like y'all have been talking about.
Yeah, I think I think again of the 1-4 games, it's the most interesting. And I'm going to tell you right now, Justin's moving Mineral on it for.
Sorry,
that's all right. He was going to move Mineral on in one bracket, but I think me and Joanne agree. I like Hampton in this one. But next game is someone that you're obviously very familiar with, being there at D3 Auto Sales, and man, what a great sponsor you guys have been for us over the last 3 years now. We appreciate y'all so much, but we know a lot more about Desark than we started. I'll tell you that right now because of our relationship with you guys. And to me, if there is, I don't know that there's too many, and I'm talking about in all classifications, too many more intriguing matchups than the one that you're going to have in Pope County on Friday night with Hector and Desark, and one that I'm truly trying to figure out who I'd like to pick.
Yeah, well, as I said last night, I am a homer, and I will pick Desart, but I wouldn't be surprised if Hector beats them either. I mean, if the physical Desart team shows up, Desart can certainly win. We saw what Mount Ida did to Hector. I'm not saying Desart's on the same playing field as Hector. I mean, it's Mount Ida, but they're both run heavy. They're both pretty physical, and there's similarities there. And Hector struggled with that. I know Hector dropped a few passes that might have made a difference in that game, but
yeah,
it was an ugly game. I mean, for Hector, beautiful for Mount Ida, but I'm going to pick Desart. You know, that's just what I'm hoping. I bleed green, I promise.
Well, we talked about Fearless Friday, and you are pick the Eagles on there.
That's me. I've never hid from that. I'll tell anybody. You know, a lot of people get on there and don't want anybody to know who they are.
Right.
Yeah, I've never did that.
Well, so I'm going to go the other way, and the only reason I'm going to go the other way is this: if this was played at Desark, I'd go Desark. But if it's at Hector, which it is, I got to go with Hector. So I'm going with Hector tonight. But I think we put 10, like 50-50 games as, you know, just throughout the classifications. This was one of them.
Right.
This was a 50-50 game, and I wouldn't be surprised if anything would happen in this one. So I'm going to go with Hector. What do you think, Jermaine?
Okay. Well, we just did that game last week. I was there calling the Desert game versus McCrory, and they looked good that night. I mean, we did them earlier this year against Carlisle. Was not a good night for Desert that night, and there were some things that I saw out of Desert that I wasn't accustomed to seeing. But it didn't look that way last Friday night. Of course, obviously different level of opponent, but Desert got it done on senior night at home at Eagle Stadium there. And you know, Hector is kind of a team that I thought would be a little more down this year than what they have done. You know, they've got the star running back Lucas Baker. He's really looked really good this year. Randy and I talked about this a little bit during that broadcast and off air as well about how Hector likes to spread you out, and they spread you to run, but they can also throw it as well for sure. And Desark struggles in that in the secondary. They have an issue matching up speed-wise overall. They've got speed in spots. Moo Buchanan got hurt the other night, a little bit of an ankle thing. I mean, he walked off. We thought he was going to go back in when the game got tight, but he didn't. I think he's going to play. I think he'll be close to 100%, hopefully. I mean, I feel like he's probably going to be at least 85, 90%. That's something that they're going to have him have a good night. I really like the fullback Collins. I think they can get a lot of stuff done there. I think when it comes down to it, this is definitely one that you could flip a coin on. I mean, it's going to be really close. I'm going to take Desark, but man, I ain't trying to make any of my Hector friends mad.
Right.
Because
yeah.
I mean, I'm giving them some love. I mean, I could easily see Hector winning this ball game. It's going to come down to, I think, whoever turns the ball over the least in the end.
Justin is going to have to break the tie on this one.
Oh, well. Randy, I love you, buddy.
Hey, that's all good, man.
I gotta
no
go.
love.
I gotta go with them Wildcats, so I can't help it. They got some great players up there, good kids. I know parents, and so I can't pick against them. Brittany Knowles would have my butt, is what would happen.
So you can text me after we get off here and tell me the truth. There.
I do got to say this. We got to welcome some new members. Alonzo Pettigrew and Justin Collins just joining with us. Appreciate you guys.
Perfect.
Yeah, Justin just messaged me actually and asked me how to watch it, and I told him it was only on YouTube.
Yeah.
That's your fullback's dad, right?
Yeah, he's the fullback. He runs hard. I mean,
Yeah, he does.
he's very impressive. You know, like we've talked about before, he come in last year when Barry went down, and just it was like, man, who is this kid? You know, I had to ask and figured out who he is, and there's not been any question on who he is since that night.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he's taken away some playing time from other players. That's how impressive he's been. He's just a junior still. I mean, he's one that you are going to build around for next year, no matter how far you go this year. Yeah, I
Absolutely.
mean, huge player right there for the Desark Eagles. A guy that they, if they can get that dive play running and that little wing T-top offense they like to run, I mean, you're going to have a long night. So
I mean, there's two Desart teams. One that's physical, like Desart normally is, and then there's that other one that's played a couple games this year. It's just, I called them the Marshmallows last night. I mean, if the physical team comes up there, Desart's going to beat Hector. I'll just say that. Now, if the Marshmallow team shows up, yeah, it's not. Desart could be in off season next week.
The physicality. I mean, you looking at the Lions, that should be where Desark has the advantage. And if they take over, any time that you play football, if you've got the advantage on the front lines, that is 70% or more of the game right there, So that's a big deal. That's a big deal for them. And, again, this is a 50-50 ball game. I'll tell you what, I'm interested. I'll tell you what, I would love to do this game. I'm not going to lie, I would, but I don't know if I've told you all the story. You probably know some of it, but we just can't. we just can't.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I'll be there and I'll keep you updated.
Yeah,
I am going to go.
We're not going to be too far away. We're going to be in Clinton that night. So, anyway, hey, Justin, switch the Mineral and Hampton. So give us Hampton on the Mineral game. Randy's got Mineral.
I got Mineral in that game.
But I think the consensus is that we've got Hampton. We're going with Desark Hector. That's a tie, so we can leave it wherever. And let's go to Junction City Bearden. I think there's not going to be a whole lot of worry about this one here. We feel like that Junction's going to win this one.
I've been real. Go ahead, Randy.
Go ahead.
No, you're good. Go.
So, I understand that there's a couple players for Bearden, the running back and one of their linemen, they're out. Unfortunately, Junction City's still probably not going to have to play any players that matter in the second half. That game is most likely going to be over at halftime. I'll take Junction City in a blowout.
Yeah, I feel like it's going to be a blowout. Bearden really got themselves behind the 8 ball when they lost that game to Poen, and the injuries seem to be involved with them, and that's unfortunate. But, nobody waits around to see if they're going to get better. You know what I mean?
Exactly right.
It's just playoff football.
Right. Yeah, I've been able to interview their head coach the last couple of years at Bearden, and really love what he's doing down there. And he's doing it very quietly. He doesn't get enough love around the state for how he's changed that program around. And the one thing we said in our preseason breakdown was that they have got some very talented players, but they're very thin. If they got any serious injuries, they're going to struggle after that, and that's exactly what's happened with Bearden. You give me a healthy Bearden, I think this goes into the fourth quarter. But right now, the way it's looking, I think y'all are right. Junction City should come away with a pretty easy victory when it's all said and done.
So we'll move Junction City on there. Cross County and Bigelow, again, I think this is a real similar game, which to me, Randy, sets up a unbelievable matchup that we'll talk about when we get to round 2 here. But Cross County moves on, in my opinion, taking on Junction City.
Same here. I don't see any. It could happen, but I'm going to pick Cross County in a pretty big victory there.
Yeah, and again, we'll talk about it in round 2, but I think Cross County, Junction City in this bracket is one of the more intriguing matchups in the whole bracket there. East Poinsett County Christian, I don't see any.
I'm going to go across county.
Yeah, East Poinsett County there. I'm sorry. I figured. I figured you had it, right. East Poinsett County big. Poen and Gurdon's an interesting matchup there. Poen's playing pretty good right now. Gurdon, I think, played a little better earlier, maybe struggling a little bit more now, but it's really hard to tell with those two teams.
It is.
But I like the Barrett kid, man. When you've got a 6'6" quarterback that can throw it, Poen's put up points on just about everybody this year. And so I really think that Poen has got a good shot at moving on, even though this is at Gurdon.
I have Poen picked. And Gurdon has turf, correct?
I believe they do, yes.
Yes, I think we talked about it last night, and that's what we determined. when I watched I was at the Carlisle Poland game. Poland's receivers slipped in the grass when they tried to make some sharp cuts and just wasn't there when the ball got there. I think the turf will help them because the Barrett quarterback, his name's Barrett, he can fire the ball. I mean, I think he signed with Arkansas Monticello or something. So it's pretty unique for a 2A quarterback to get a chance to play on in the next level. But myself, I have Poland as well. That, like that's part of that Hampton Carlisle conference, you know. And so that's the one that's up in the air. But yeah, I have Poland picked myself.
Yeah, the Barrett kid, I mean, he's very talented. I believe he was getting some interest from Arkansas on the baseball field at one point early on when he first got into high school. He's got a lot of arm talent, and like you were talking about, you know, playing on turf is going to help him a lot. The thing about Gurdon is when you kind of want to write them off, they'll come up with a big win, and you're like, wow, you know, they're doing, you know, that was a surprise right there. So that's a tough game to call, really. It really is. I'm going to give the edge to Poland, but, I mean, it wouldn't shock me if I see Gurdon with the win at home.
Let me stop real quick. I know you got something to say here, but real quick, I got to send you – I've got the top of 3A coming to you on both me and Duran. So I'll let you know, where do you want that to go so you know where it's going to?
I'll just put in ASN drive
just
somewhere.
The top?
Yeah.
Okay. What do you got? What are you laughing about over there?
Just the fact that you didn't make a Poland button.
I didn't make a Poland button?
You didn't make a Poland button.
Oh, dear Lord. Well, I can make you one here pretty quick, I think.
You got Gurdon just fine, but
well, listen, when I do this kind of crap, I'll do this. I mess up, but we'll get that in a moment. So Poland moves on, we feel like. Mount Ida McCrory, I don't think there's anything real scary about that game for Mount Ida. I think they win pretty big. And then Carlisle, I feel like Carlisle moves on over Spring Hill. What do you think?
That's who I have as Carlisle. If the good Carlisle team, to me too, they also have two teams. One really good, one that sometimes they get lackadaisical, and it's usually not a whole game. It might be a half. Let's take the Poland game. It was tied at halftime. They come out in the second half. They just destroyed Poland. The Bearden game, they was up pretty big at half. Come out in the second half, and Bearden made them look pretty humble. They held on to win, but you know, Carlisle has that two-team syndrome there too. But I got Carlisle.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Carlisle is a team, especially in that Mount Ida game, that they might offer something to Mount Ida they don't see a lot. When that offense is humming at Carlisle, I think they're really pretty good, and a tough matchup in a lot of ways there. So yeah, I think that Carlisle's got a chance to maybe give Mount Ida a scare. I think Mount Ida's probably too good, but we'll get to that in a moment. So we got Hampton and Des Arc here. Go ahead.
I was just going to talk about Spring Hill a little bit because give them a little love. We were able to do the Spring Hill Dirks game. We also did Carlisle, so we've seen both of them head to head. And I mean, Spring Hill surprised me that night against Dirks. Most of us going into that game kind of had Dirks winning, but we knew it wouldn't be. You know, it'd be kind of close. Wouldn't be a landslide, but. Spring Hill has some players that coming out of 8-man just a couple years ago when they played for the title. They were a little bit shocking. I like what they got going on down there with head coach Greg Smith. But Carlisle definitely, you know, unless the bad one shows up, you know, it's going to be a close game late. But other than that, I mean, Carlisle's definitely should win this one and move on. Go ahead.
I got one more thing on that there. Just looking, you know, Spring Hill's last game was against Junction City. They lost 53-0. If Carlisle is going to be a legit contender and get anybody's attention, they have to handle Spring Hill soundly, I think.
Yeah,
so,
I agree.
I mean, that's just something that I found in that matchup.
I agree.
I think the line of Junction City is a major problem for most 2A teams.
Yeah.
They're massive.
The team they're going to match up with in the second round is probably the best matchup for them.
Yeah, that's what's so intriguing about it. Let's do Hampton Des Arc real quick. So, again, if you're a Des Arc fan, you got to – I would say you got to like where you're at in the bracket. I mean, you've got a shot to play out a little bit further. And I know, Randy, I know you're a Des Arc guy, but you're not really a basketball guy all that much.
What is basketball?
Well, it's fun. It's fun, but it ain't football. By the way, I'm putting that Poen button in the.
I found it. I found it.
Okay,
you just didn't put it in. I found
I got you. All right. Anyway, but yeah, you got to like where you're at. Not Hampton is going to bring some speed to the table, but the thing is that you guys have seen the speed. You've seen teams with speed. I mean, there ain't nobody faster than the EPC is.
Right.
Yeah, there's speed's not going to be the issue. If they stay in the box and play, then I think we have a shot. Now, Desart owes Hampton. What year was that when Monte Ellis was playing? Wasn't that his name, Ellis?
I believe so. Yeah.
Or Thomas, Monte Ellis or Monte Thomas, one of those two. But whenever he played and Hampton went to the state title and lost to Mount Ida, I think they was at Desark and he just wore us out. So they knocked us out of the playoffs that year. So Desark owes Hampton.
What do you think, Duran?
That's a tough one. Hampton's one of those teams that kind of came out of nowhere a little bit. I mean, we had them picked decently high, but to win the conference and do what they did was really impressive this year. I know Randy has Mineral Springs in this game instead of Desark, and I think he picked that because he's a Desark fan. But he's hoping that's what happens. No, I'm just playing. But I'm, we don't even know Desart's going to get here. That's the scary part for Desart fans is they got such a tall task in the first round, and then with Hampton as well, it's going to be a tough one. I'm going to go Hampton. The speed is an issue for Desark. If Hampton can get outside on the edge a little bit, I can see them, getting some big, long, explosive plays. So I'm going to give the edge to the Bulldogs.
Let me add something to that. Of that group, you take the group of 4 that's up there. That is probably the only group on that bracket that any of the 4 could come out and be in the semifinals. I mean,
that's true. I agree.
Yeah, any of the 4 could do that, and that would be something. That's just going to be an interesting part of the bracket to watch. But anyway, I talked about the most intriguing matchup here, and I feel like this might be as intriguing as a matchup as you're going to get. And, man, I'm going to tell you what, when you look at the first-round matchups, they're fun. But I'm telling you, look at every bracket. When they go out into round 2, man, it gets silly. There are some unreal matchups in round 2 in a lot of these brackets. So, anyway.
They could be semifinal games, actually.
Oh, 100%. And this is one of those. This could definitely be.
Or actually title game, for that matter.
Right. This definitely could be. And you're talking about 2 similar type of teams here with these two teams.
We got the button pressed, and we got an old-fashioned powwow coming up in the bottom here.
Hey, who we have picked? Hampton.
EPC,
Sorry, I missed that.
And Poen.
We got Hampton. We got Hampton.
The consensus.
The
overall.
consensus. So anyway, but I know Randy's hoping. He's hoping and praying.
If Desart makes it out of the first round, Hampton would be a tall task, but there's always hope.
Right, that's right. But anyway, let's talk this Junction City Cross County game. This is, man, I'm telling you, this is an interesting matchup. Junction City, to me, if I was a Junction City fan, I would be worried that we haven't been tested enough coming into the playoffs. They have just rolled through that conference. I know they're good. We know they're good, but they got beat by Smackover. Smackover's a good team, but they're not a overwhelming great team. And then they also beat Mount Ida. I bet Mount Ida'd like to have that game back.
Right.
And so I would look at this matchup here, and this is the first test that they've had since they played Smackover.
That's the big issue I see there too. Is Junction City hasn't been punched in the mouth since Smackover or Mount Ida. Where you can't say that about Cross County. They have played, their starters have played, they're battle tested. Maybe the 2-2A is just not as strong as we think, but I don't think that's the case. It is extremely hard to win at Junction City regardless. So
I can't get
we've been down as a Desart fan, we've been there several times, and it's extremely hard. That's a long trip from Cross County to Junction City. Give me Junction City.
When you click on that, when you click that button there, go into Edit Transform and see if you can move it that way.
Yeah, so Junction City has a huge line, but they haven't seen a guy as big and as fast as Danny Bill at Cross County. So can he be a major factor? Can he disrupt that offense? I do agree with y'all that that's going to be, their toughest test since, they got through a smack over in the 3A in Mount Ida early on. And obviously they took care of those people, but Cross County's going to be they're going to have a lot of athletes. And like I said, Danny Bill, big time problem. Will he be enough to neutralize what they do and for Cross County to get a win? I don't think he's enough. I do think he's going to have a big game. I do think it's going to be something that's going to test Junction City a lot. But I'm going to go with the Dragons in the long run.
Yeah, man, I don't know. I just have this gut feeling. I'm going with Cross County in this one. I know the thing that really gets me is I know it is hard to go to Junction City and win.
Coach Ball's cussing you right now.
Right, I know it. Oh, the thing is we're gonna have a bunch of them cussing. So we'll have bulletin.
Yeah, it don't matter which way you go at this point.
Yeah, we'll have bulletin board material for about half these teams by the time it's all said and done. But anyway, I'm gonna go with Cross County in this. Again, it's just a gut feeling in a lot of ways.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna go with. So, Randy, what did you make yours clear?
Yeah, I said give me Junction City just because they're at home. But I mean, that's all valid points. That's going to be a colossal matchup. I mean, if it wasn't so far to Junction City, that would be a good game to go watch.
Absolutely. All right, I may have to go help Justin out real quick here while we got. So we're going to go to the next matchup. Duran, you can work us through these if I'm over there, but. EPC and Poen, I'm not sure there's a lot of questions on that one.
The old-fashioned powwow going to the Indians out of East Arkansas this time, Northeast
Arkansas.
Yeah,
I would say that's my – yeah, for sure. I mean, Poen hasn't seen anybody like EPC this year.
No, it could get ugly in that one. I definitely like EPC. I think it's going to be something like 42-14, something of that nature.
Yeah, probably at least.
Maybe get Poen 21. Their offense.
And the thing about this second round is looking ahead in the weather. Looks like there's some pretty good rain chances next week. So that all these grass fields, that kind of that hinders the passing teams a little bit sometimes.
And that also will, of any of the classes, 2A will be affected by that the most because there's less turf fields there than anywhere else.
Yeah, I think if everything plays out in the second round, I mean, other than Garden, if Garden wins, that'd be the only one. Well, that's the only one period, I think, even in the first round.
So, anyway, but I think we all can agree that we feel like that EPC is going to move on there. And then, I like Carlisle, and when you get to this juncture of the tournament, Carlisle's ranked 5th right now. And guess what? If you go out in the tournament right now, that's, you could be ranked 5th. I mean, that's just kind of where they're at. So I feel like that's kind of what we're looking at with them is they're the 5th ranked team. They're going to Mount Ida to a tough place to play. And I just feel like that their journey probably comes to an end there at Mount Ida.
Well, Mount Ida's another one of the teams that starters haven't played much. I mean, even against Hector, the clock was running in the second half.
That's true.
Do y'all remember the final of the Junction City game off the top of your heads against Mount Ida?
16-14.
It's close.
Yeah, it was less than one score. I mean, it was really close. And Mount Ida, I think, turned it over a couple times. There was a scooping score, actually. So, I mean, I know Mount Ida would like to play Junction City again, but that's a couple steps down the road. I think Carlisle can cause Mount Ida some problems. Mount Ida played Hector, similar styles, but Carlisle looks to be a lot more physical and probably bigger, actually.
Right. Yeah, I agree.
But I'll take Mount Ida just because they're well disciplined, and that's a tough one. I think that might be a really good second round game, to be honest. And wouldn't be surprised if Carlisle won.
Yeah.
But
that'd be
Mount
something.
Ida's at home. I'll take them.
That'd be something when you talk about sending shockwaves around the state. That'd be one of them right there. And that no matter what, there's going to be matchups that are going to just blow people's mind. Really, that team lost. And a lot
Right.
of it comes down to this. I think that when you get into the playoffs, the strength of the conference does come through.
Yes.
And you might end up seeing, you think, well, this conference is really strong, and they're not that strong. And then you think, well, this one might be really weak, but it's not that weak. So,
Right.
anyway, we'll get a chance to figure that out over the next couple of weeks. But I like Mount Ida in that matchup over Carlisle.
All right.
Yeah, I'm right there with you on
Moving
that.
on to the quarters.
All right. So moving on to the quarterfinals, you got Hampton and
It'll be the
go ahead.
semifinals.
Yeah, semifinals. That's right. You got Hampton, you got Junction or Cross. We kind of were tied on that, but interesting matchups there. Junction or Cross, and then you've got.
I think it was 2-1.
Was it 2-1? Okay.
I mean, we haven't been asking Justin in
That's
forever.
true. That's
Justin,
true.
who you got? Cross
Justin's
County.
he's the one that can
Junction
tie
City?
everything up.
Right, he's working hard right now.
Oh,
behind the scenes.
I'll give me Junction City.
Junction City.
Yeah,
Okay.
hands down.
Yeah. So Junction City then moves on there in that. So you got Hampton.
He's got some family in South Arkansas.
Right.
So
Oh yeah.
he's getting a little Junction City love in there.
He thinks that South Arkansas is the promised land. So anyway, he
Until somebody proves me wrong.
Been very many places.
that's true. So
I've been enough.
Hampton Junction, I would say in this matchup you'd have to give Junction the nod there. And again, that could be one of any other of the teams, and I think that
Danny Bill, man.
yeah, Cross County could make it as well. So, but we'll call it Junction, and I would say Junction out of that group. If I'm picking out of that group who's going to make it to the finals, it's going to be Junction or Cross County.
Yeah, I would say that too. But the sidebar to that is if it's Hampton and Junction City, they have, past where they were in the same conference. Junction City has to go to Hampton. That would be a big game down there. I would still pick Junction City, but if it's Hampton at that point,
Get the Gorilla Glue.
and Junction City, it could be a good game, but I'd pick Junction City. Now, if it's Cross County and Hampton, I would probably still pick Cross County.
Right.
Right. I agree.
Yep.
So we got Hampton versus Junction, and we're all taking Junction or Cross County. Okay.
Right. Well, we can just call it Junction. We'll call it Junction and say that we'll take Junction.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's how we're doing it, I
Right.
mean,
Well, true. Yeah.
right.
I got what you're saying.
Anyway, and then at the bottom side of the bracket would be East Poinsett County and Mount Ida. That would be a match between these two in the semifinals. We were at that game last year. It was flipping freezing cold. Me and Justin were there. I mean,
I was there
cold.
too.
It was cold that night.
Yeah, I was on the sideline with Alan that night. So.
Yep, it was cold. Man, I want to tell you, this one intrigues me a lot too, because again, the rematch part of it probably intrigues me the most of it, because when you bring that into the equation, and this, they went up there last year and got beat. I just feel like there's something about that bunch there at Mount Ida. They're tough. I don't know how that's happening, Justin.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I don't know.
It's like there's two magnets polarizing
Right.
against each other now. When
right.
you move one, the other one moves.
Right.
This is so annoying.
Who's running from each other on the screen
Exactly, they are. But anyway, I like Mount Ida.
It's the solar flare.
Man,
it's got all this messed up. It's 3-eye Atlas.
We need a coin in here. At least I do right now on this one. I'm going to go East Poinsett County because they've been our one all year long, and I think they're one for a reason. So I'll go with them. But boy, I'm going to tell you, it wouldn't shock me a bit if Mount Ida won that ball game.
I've said from the get-go, EPC was my pick to win it all. I'm going to stick with that. EPC and Mount Ida, I think those two teams returned the most players, starters from last season.
Yeah.
EPC pretty much returned everybody from a team that, I mean, they pretty much dominated Mount Ida last year. That game wasn't as real close. Mount Ida is very well coached, so he will have something on his shoulder about going up there, but I still pick EPC.
That's the thing with me, man, is the coaching at Mount Ida there's something about
Coach
it.
White.
Yeah, they do. He does such a good job over there.
Yeah, it's his. I guess it's his. I can't remember anymore if it's his son technically that is the quarterback now. They had to replace Ben Woodfield, who was so good last year. We were able to do the Mount Ida Murfreesboro game, and that's when Coach Cheshire, before he left for Nashville, he was still there. They had a lot of seniors on that team, and Mount Ida went through them like a knife through butter, and it was impressive to see. And honestly, I thought Mount Ida would get past EPC, and weren't able to do it. I know that revenge is in their minds if they get to this game, if they get past Carlisle. It's going to be fun to see how it turns out, but I think there's at the end of the day, those two running backs for EPC, just too much speed, too many opportunities to bust a big one. And Mount Ida is a team that kind of has to. I don't want to call them a 3 yards in a cloud of dust because they're so explosive the way they do it with that little veer. They just hit you downhill like they're shot out of a cannon. They're so fun to watch. But I'm going to have to lean towards EPC in this one. EPC's just got so much talent. I think they're better than they were last year, and I don't think Mount Ida's, they're really close to where they were last year.
Yeah.
I mean, you talk about the running backs at EPC, you start watching them. Before you know it, Blagg busted one for 20 up the middle.
Yes, that's true.
And he's a load. My gosh.
And he's a big old boy.
You want to bring your lunch pail. If you're going to have to tackle that kid, you're going to have to bring your lunch
You better
pail.
hit him low. I mean,
yeah.
I've said it once, I'll say it again. That's the reincarnation of Jared Lorenzen right there, just a righty. I enjoyed watching that young man play football last year.
that's a pretty good comparison. I've heard that before, but you're right, Justin.
Well, so that moves us to the championship, which we have Junction City and East Poinsett County in the championship game. And like you said, EPC has been our one all year long. And the one thing that I can say is if you compare these two teams, 2 3A opponents, they played Smackover and Rivercrest. Those two teams are very similar. EPC was an eyelash away from beating Rivercrest at home, where Junction City, they got beat. It was a little bit – the distance was about – I think it was 9. I think it ended up being 37-28. So you've got similar opponents. And with that said, EPC's been to the championship game. This will be the third year if they make it. And at some point you got to think they're going to break through. So we'll go with EPC.
Yeah, somebody said last night on my show that EPC could be the Buffalo Bills of 2A football. They go again and don't win it. And that's a legitimate comparison, but I mean, that'd probably be the best team that Junction City had faced, even through the playoffs at that point. And I too would pick EPC.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, this is one of those that I don't want to pick. It's such a tough call. I'm pretty high on Junction City. I really like their line. I like what Coach Ball's doing. They had to replace their running back late in the offseason, and they haven't really missed a beat doing that. I really like their offensive coordinator. We were able to interview him in our Hometown Sports Series. He's a very energetic guy. They've still got so many athletes in the skill spots as well. Man, I'm going to go Junction City. I'm going to give Junction City the love in this one.
All right, so we've got Durango's Junction.
I know Justin's going Junction.
Oh, no.
You
you picked me wrong there.
Okay.
Junction, I don't dislike them at all. They're a great football team. They always are. They're always competitive. They're always going to go deep in the playoffs. But I'm picking Hart this time. I want EPC to win it, man. We've seen them a bunch of times.
That's the thing.
Backfield,
the
the
teams
quarterbacks,
you see
and
more.
helps
you with the pick.
I understand that, but I mean, you can't take anything away from Junction City. They are so good.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, my pick's EPC too.
The thing about Junction is I thought they were going to drop off a little bit this year, losing the quarterback that was so good last year, and then losing their star running back, and then to do what they've done, I've kind of come back around on them. Like, man, they're really impressive right now.
I'm ready to see them in the playoffs.
Yeah, I could easily go EPC, and a part of me wants to go EPC, but just for fun, let's go Junction City.
I'm ready to see what they do against some teams outside of that conference. Like I say, I like this first round just because it lets us see these conferences. Who is, the ones we think might be weak. Like you said a while ago. All right, they're weak. Well, they're really not. They won 2 out of 4 games. So.
Well, we're split here, and we're split on several of the games.
Well, I
there.
think it's 3-1.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Okay, so yeah, that is true. EPC 3-1 there. I'm trying to keep Justin alive over there. I think he's choking on his dip over there.
Oh, hush.
Anyway, well, Randy, man, I'm gonna let you get here, and
Yes,
we're
sir.
gonna try to get to 3A here in just a moment. We're still working
Good
on
luck
that.
with that, man.
Good Lord, man. Well,
I mean, that's a hard. That 3A and 4A. I've been looking at those. I mean,
yeah.
I think there's 8 to 10 teams in both of those classes
Deep.
that can legitimately win the state title, and nobody can argue against it.
Yeah,
So,
I agree.
I mean, we're going to add them to my show. Maybe not this week, but we'll probably start talking about them a little bit the next week when we're running out of 2A games. So, anyway, thanks for letting me be on with you guys, and go Eagles.
All right.
Pleasure to have you, sir.
Pick the Eagles,
Yes, sir.
Randy Pickrell.
You're gonna be in
Thank
our neck of
y'all.
the woods Saturday. You coming to the game or Friday? I mean, you coming to
Yes,
Hector?
I'm coming to the game Friday night. Yes.
Oh yeah.
All right. Well, we'll be in Clinton, but anyway.
I'll be in Blytheville.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I got
Yeah.
a long drive.
All right.
All right. I'll keep you guys posted on the Hector Desert game.
Appreciate you, man. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank
All
y'all.
right,
Bye-bye.
Randy Pickrell joining us here picking 2A, and appreciate him. And what do we got? Any kind of comments
sorry.
right now?
Oh, you
anything?
had a Joe asked him what kind
I'm
of
not a member,
defense
so I
or not
wouldn't know.
what kind of offense Carlisle was running. David Rollins just agreeing with us, and Joe, Brad, you remember when we were at Mount Ida EPC last year? We met Joe there. Had a great talk with him. He loved to be having you with us, Joe. That was fun, and sitting side by side with you. And but yeah, that's it. Just those couple guys in there.
All right. Well, let's move on. I'll tell you what. Let's move to.
All right.
Sorry, I'm dying, guys.
Oh goodness. Well, help us. This is impromptu as it gets. Bring us back on the camera if you can. Here we got 2A bracket. We've had it up there forever. Anyway, I am still working on 3A. So what we're going to do is move on to 4A, and we're going to talk 4A here while I finish up 3A. Okay. And the 4A bracket, as he said, it's a jumble. It's a jumble. There is
Very deep.
a lot of teams that can win that thing, and well, we're going to talk about it. We're going to mash it up. So let's get the 4A bracket up there.
There she be.
And Stuttgart gets the bye. We got a chance to see Stuttgart last week, and man, Kane Price is everything is advertised. You think?
Yeah.
And of course they're going to beat the bye, so we don't have a lot to say about them right now. Blytheville and Pottsville, to me, is a very intriguing matchup. I think this is two teams. This game could go either way. Justin, you're going to be at this game.
Yep.
So this one is Pottsville, to me, is a better team than they've been in years past. They're a little bit better, I think. I think they're a little bit more well-rounded. I think they're a little bit more equipped to win a game like this. This one, Blytheville, though, I think the athletes of Blytheville may give them some trouble. You don't see the kind of athletes that they have. Dardanelle has them to a certain extent, but, man, all across the field. But to me, when you look at the scores of these games, this is two very similar teams.
Yes, I completely agree with you. Very hard one to pick.
I'm staring them down, just so y'all know.
You kind of look at the conferences they come out of and who they played against, and Blytheville getting a 3 out of a very athletic conference, Pottsville getting a 4 out of a conference that I'd say is more on the hard-nosed, blue-collar side of things. It's going to be fun to find out who gets to win. Going to Blytheville, though, I'm going to give the Chickasaws the edge.
Boy, I'm torn on this one. This was another one of those 50-50 games. I know who Justin's picking. So if I pick Pottsville, we're moving Pottsville on. If I pick Blytheville, then we're moving because I am the tiebreaker. Justin is picking Pottsville.
Yeah, I'm a homer
100%. So this is on me right now.
Pottsville don't have that one guy that's you got to worry about this dude this year, right?
I mean, that is true.
From what I know of what I've seen and everything I've read about as well and heard about is
right.
which does make them more well-rounded. Makes them you have to guard everything a little bit differently when you don't have that one person to key in on. If Blytheville can just kind of slow them down,
Right.
and Blytheville's going to hit a few plays. They're going to have some big plays. Pottsville has a tendency to have some turnover issues. If Pottsville can keep that clean, I could easily see them moving on.
Right. Yeah. I mean,
It's close. Like you said, we're torn.
So I'm going to pick. I'm going with Pottsville.
Yay.
I'm going with Pottsville. I think Pottsville gets their first win in the
For playoff win
in the
a while.
playoffs for a while. I mean, you're talking about 2014. Now they got a win against Fountain Lake, but
Yeah.
that was when everybody got in. There was a play-in round that year. That was the COVID year. They got a chance to win. But we're going to move Pottsville on.
Where they go across it or somewhere after that?
Stuttgart.
No, it was Rivercrest.
Oh,
We
Rivercrest.
Remember
That's
that?
right. That's right. Yeah,
Remember
yeah.
that? And they had Cam Turner, and oh my Lord, that was a
We went to cross it the next year. That
Right.
was
Yeah.
it's been a rough go for Pottsville in the playoffs the past couple of years.
It
That's a
sure
fact.
has. It sure has. But we'll go with Pottsville in this one. Mills against Helena West Helena. I think Mills is playing a little better right now than they have been. I don't think that Helena West Helena has enough to beat them. And so I think Mills moves on into round 2. What do you think?
I agree. I've got Mills in that one. Was it Moody, the quarterback?
Yes.
So talented there. As far as I know, he's not injured or anything that I've heard about. I think he's definitely enough. Plus, I just think they're a little bit better overall. Now, Helena, good. They've got some athletes, and they've had some games this year that kind of raise your eyebrow a little bit. You see some things out of them playing pretty good ball, but I still think Mills has enough to get past them.
Justin, you got anything on that?
Oh no, it's Mills for me all the way. Mills, they're having a really, I think, a pretty good season. We just put them in our top 10. Did we not, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
we
we
just
started
made our
with them
top
up
10.
there, and then they hit a rough stretch.
Yeah, they started up at number 3, but then they moved down after the loss there to
Was there 9-1?
Heber Springs. Yeah, they're 9-1, and they went to Lone Oak and won a good one. That was a
Yeah, they
good
did.
win
Yeah,
by
that's
them
true.
the other day. So, anyway, we'll move them on.
The Heber Springs loss. That was the one that everybody kind of scratched your head.
Yeah,
about,
I'm not sure how they lost that one.
Well, everybody has a bad game every once in a while. You
Right.
know, I mean, the thing is, in high school, you don't see a team with the bad game that loses. You know what I mean? They usually
much.
are able to pull it out. You know what I mean? But for some reason that night, it was Heber Springs night, and that was congratulations to them on that. So this is another
This next one's a
50-50.
good one right here.
Yeah, this is a 50-50 ball game right here. Now, to me, Bauxite might have more talent overall, but Ozark to me is
Up and
so I think Ozark is a very dangerous 3 seed in my opinion. I
Very
think
dangerous.
that Clinton is really good, and I think Dardanelle's really good. Those are their 2 losses.
Right.
Also, they lost to Charleston, who's really good. So I'm going to pick Ozark in this one.
I am as well. I really like what the head coach Watson's doing. First year there, taking over super talent. The Skolarski kid that's a sophomore that's just he's like the Charles Woodson of high school football right now as a sophomore at least.
Right.
Kind of like the 98 year at Michigan. Such a dynamic playmaker. When we were interviewing him, I was interviewing him this summer at Van Buren High School during the Hometown Sports.
My bottom of 3A's coming to you, by the way.
Gotcha.
He talked about Skolarska as, and this is a guy that just left Salem, just won a state championship
Right.
at Salem. They've got the Brinks
Brink.
kid, number 5, running back.
Caden Brink. Yep.
They got a lot of talent, and he said that Skolarska might be the fastest, most explosive kid he's ever seen. Definitely ever coached. And then their junior high just every year they're like 9-1. They just turn them up and just every year did the same thing this year. Just really explosive. They had some really big games and had Dardanelle on the ropes for a while. Dardanelle had to come back from behind to win that. I'm going Ozark, even though I really like Bauxite. We know about the 4-star offensive lineman they have that transferred in this year.
Nice young man.
Bauxite's had a lot of injuries, and if it wasn't for that, Elijah Perry, coach's son, that's kind of hurt them a little bit down the stretch. I think they lost. I think they went 7-3. Oh, I remember seeing them 6-3 at one point, so I can't remember what happened last week. I was at deer camp, but we did the game on Thursday, so after that I kind of lost a little bit there. But they're talented. They could definitely get the win, and it is at Bauxite. That's going to be a tough place for. It's always tough to go into the pit there at Bauxite. I got Kim folks that played there, and I've been to many games there. It's going to be a tough one, but I'm going to go with Ozark in this one. But this is definitely one that could be a coin toss for sure.
Absolutely. What do you think, Justin?
Oh, buddy, I'm torn here because, like Duran, I got kin folk down at Bauxite too. Actually, went to school there in kindergarten. Been a long time ago. Met the team there when we were interviewing this summer.
Right.
Just impressive.
Yeah.
Impressive all the way around. And
they play a tough schedule too.
Yeah, they have. They played a very tough schedule. But I've seen Ozark in person, and that Mike Scholarship, he is a game changer. If they don't contain him, it's over with. So it's a tough pick, like we said. It could go either way, but I think Ozark's just got too much firepower for this one.
And this is. If Bauxite, if you're going to win this game right now, it's the time to win it, because I do think Ozark the next couple of years, especially with Creed Vega leaving Dardanelle, I think Ozark is poised to take the step at the top of the 4A4.
They really are.
I agree. Well, we're going to move Ozark on in that one. Elkins is a very intriguing team to me in the 4A. I feel like that they are not being talked about enough.
You've been on the record talking. We've talked about this many times.
Yeah, I feel like that they are a team.
You do this every year with Elkins.
Man,
every year,
but they're good.
I agree.
You forgot the Ozark button.
Did I really?
Yeah.
I thought I put it. You should be able to pull that in from the.
I got it now.
4A.
And other than Nashville in 4A against Arkadelphia, Elkins played them the closest, I think, in the last couple of years. I mean, didn't Darnell play them as well? That was a close game, it seemed.
Yeah.
Like.
So the state championship
those
game
three right there
last year was 7-0.
Going into the fourth, right?
Going into the fourth, and then Arkadelphia ran away with it at the end.
Right.
It ended up being 28-0. But
every year Elkins is like, well, they're going to drop off a little bit this year, and nope, they're still right there.
Take a look at these, by the way. Make sure that those are right.
Yep, that is correct.
All right, I'm bringing the bottom to you for 3A, but I'm going to have to send you a finals as well. So we're going to get ready to get to 3A after this. But anyway, I got Elkins against Forest City. I think that the intriguing matchup is going to be Elkins versus Southside the next week there. I like Southside as well in the next week. I feel like that Southside is just too much for Huntsville.
Forest City's coach going over to Jacksonville this year. I thought Forest City would drop off more, and they've really impressed me this year getting to where they're at right now. But I think Elkins is too strong.
So what about Southside there? What do you think about Southside
Huntsville? I'm a huge fan of Southside and their head coach. I'm going Southside in this one. I think that's going to be pretty decisive.
Yeah. Speaking of that, his son, Braden Simpson, won our D3 MVP this week. I have been so tied up, I hadn't had time to do that. We'll do that tomorrow. But, I literally sat here from 8 o'clock this morning, and I am still working on it right now, trying to get it out. The bottom for Duran is now coming in, so the final, and we'll get that up there. Arkadelphia and Highland there, I think that one is Arkadelphia. Arkadelphia in the 2 seed in that conference. To me, Arkadelphia is still, they're Arkadelphia.
They are the most talented team in 4A overall, easily. They've got 4 or 5 borderline Division I guys on that team, and they've got probably 3 or 4 on top of that are legit D2 top players. The Nashville, win, and obviously that's very controversial. The last play of the game was a huge feather in the cap for Nashville to even be in that spot. Arkadelphia, when it comes down to it, if it comes down to just talent, they're advancing every week in my book. Yeah. But yeah, and it's odd to see Highland this low of a seed, because Highland is just a great tradition, great program up there. But they didn't get any favors getting placed against Arkadelphia in the bracket. I've got Arkadelphia winning that one by at least 30.
And then at the bottom, we like Clinton. I think we all like Clinton. I think it sets up a pretty intriguing matchup in round 2 with they and Arkadelphia. I'm going to tell you right now, if I was Arkadelphia, I would definitely I would not take Clinton lightly.
Right.
They are a very experienced team. So we're moving Clinton on. We're moving Arkadelphia on. Let's go back to the top of the bracket. Stuttgart taking on Pottsville. I feel like that this would be where Pottsville's run would come to an end. Stuttgart's got too much. Justin, you got any thoughts on that?
Oh, as much as I want to pick Pottsville on that one, I saw Stuttgart play. While I don't think their defense is where it needs to be to win a state title this year for Stuttgart, their offense is just too much. Kane Price, the receivers and the run back, they're just too good.
Yeah, I agree. So we move Stuttgart on there.
I completely agree with y'all on that. I do think Pottsville have some opportunities to put some points on the board, but they're not going to be able to slow Stuttgart down enough.
Right.
They just don't have the speed. Stuttgart's got too much speed on the edge everywhere. It's going to be a tough match.
All right, so moving on here, Mills and Ozark. I think this is also another intriguing matchup there. Boy, I tell you what, when I looked at it earlier, I thought, well, I know who I'm going to pick, and now that I look at it, I'm not sure I know who I'm going to pick. And I think Ozark would take this one. Now, I will say this. It's a tall task to go to Bauxite one week and then go to Mills the next week and try to make it through and then have to go to Stuttgart if you win that one. So I think that is it's an intriguing matchup. I will go with Ozark. I think Ozark would be able maybe to squeak one out there.
This is where if I was filling out my March Madness bracket, one thing I always kind of look at is like, even though I get to a certain place where I'm like, I think this team might have it, but they've already had to go through a game or two where I don't know if they're going to make it. It's going to be, they easily could be a coin flip like they could with Bauxite in the first round, where I'm like, well, they may not even make it to this game.
Right.
I'm going to go ahead and clip them here, That's kind of where I'm at with Ozark right here with Mills. Mills is very talented. Now, the thing about Mills is I don't know what happened that night. I don't know how Heber Springs won that game. Outside of Mills and Lone Oak, I'm trying to think who's the 3. Is Heber the 3 or are they the 4? Let me look at that real quick.
Heber's the 4, I believe.
Heber's the 4. Who got in there as the 3? I'm just wanting to talk about their conferences. I feel like Ozark his conference is just a little bit tougher with the Clinton and the Dardanelle and then the Main and Pottsville in there as well. I'm going to take Ozark, but, man, I don't know. I don't know. Playing at Mills.
Right.
You got a guy like Moody at quarterback, and that's going to be a lot of speed. Can they slow down? I know Ozark's got a few guys other than Skolarski, but he's their main speed guy, their main explosive guy. Mills is going to have some guys that can meet up with him if they put him outside. 100%. I know he kind of comes in and out, does a little bit of wing back, and man, tough call. I don't know. I'm indecisive on this one, Pat.
Well, you got to make a call. So, who you got?
I'm gonna go Ozark, even though I still think they're a year away from really getting this far. But I'm gonna go Ozark.
It's all about matchups in the playoffs. That's why these types of shows are fun because you get to talk about matchups.
You get to make people mad. Some people love you. Some people hate you.
So we're going to move on to Elkins and Southside. To me, this would be a really good matchup here. I like Elkins in this one. I just think Elkins is probably the better team, but I don't know that for a fact, and I like Kenny Simpson a lot.
Another Watson coach.
I'll tell you what, look at this side of the bracket is very tough, in my opinion. You got Elkins and Arkadelphia, you got your Ozark, you got Stuttgart, you got quite a bit of good Clintons on this side of the bracket. I mean, this is hard to pick. I know that when I was going through this and trying to figure out who do I want to put in and all this stuff, I have all these. You have all these tags of teams that you see. So as we move them on, you have to click them and unclick them. For the 4A, I was putting more teams in, like, for instance, the semifinals or whatever. Right. I was putting more teams in that because it could be any combination. Right. I mean, we picked Bauxite to go out. Bauxite could easily go through and be in that spot.
Yeah, I mean, you're completely right. I agree. Justin, you never actually gave us an Ozark Mills pick on that. What do you got on that?
I'm picking Ozark simply because It's not just Kolarski that they have in that
You're right.
backfield. They got a big bruiser back there too that'll just run you right
They definitely
over.
got some bigger guys.
And so if the speed won't kill you, I think the size and the strength will in that backfield.
Elkins and Southside, I mean, man, I really want to go with Simpson here with Southside, but Elkins has just played so well, and they've gone under the radar big time. Another one, just so tough. At Elkins, and that's the only reason I'm picking Elkins to win it. If it was at Southside, I'd go Southside.
I'm going Southside for press box reasons.
That's a true producer coming through
Right.
right there.
Exactly.
I bring
A
the
true
hate.
live stream guy.
Right.
But Elkins is the consensus, so y'all got me 2-1 there.
Southside's got a really nice press box.
They
Oh.
do. Anyway,
All right, next game.
let's move on to Clinton and Arkadelphia. Again, if you just take these two names and you say, well, yeah, obviously Arkadelphia is going to win this one, right? I mean, they're playing Clinton, but I'm telling you right now, Clinton is hard nosed.
Right now.
Hard nosed.
Guys, for real.
Them Mountain Boys is
There
tough.
was a monster back there. Everybody forgot about that. Until you said that, it reminded me of it. But the lady on the airplane. We watched Clinton. Obviously, we did the ASN game of the week with Dardanelle and Clinton was in that thing to win it. It came down to a blocked field goal to save Dardanelle's undefeated season. And that was at Dardanelle. Clinton is hard-nosed. They're blue-collar. And they've got a load. They've got 2 or 3 running backs that just you have to really wrap them up. You have to buckle up your chin straps because they're coming downhill at you. But Arkadelphia, if they're motivated that night, I think they've got this one. But yeah, they definitely cannot take that game lightly. If they take it lightly, it comes down to the fourth quarter. If they come up ready to go, ready to buckle up those chin straps and wrap up offensively, I think they'll get it done. I'm going to take Arkadelphia.
All right, so that sets up an Elkins and Arkadelphia matchup. Now this is just the top half of the bracket, by the way. We're not even to the bottom half yet, but Stuttgart Ozark, I would say Stuttgart probably in this one. But again, it's just one of those matchups that I don't know.
Bauxite might win.
I will I will tell you this.
Or Mills.
I will tell you this. If I'm in the 8, if I'm in the 4A 8, I'm worried about the defense that's played in that league.
Mm-hmm.
What we saw last weekend or last Thursday, there's not a lot of defense being played down there, and that is a far cry from what it used to be.
Right. I know, it's starting to not be fun.
Stuttgart at home, and again, here you are. We're picking Ozark to go through, and you're talking about maybe going
That's
to the
what I was talking
semifinals.
about earlier. They could get clipped every week, and they're like,
right.
if this was my bracket that was for money,
Right.
there's no way I'm picking them in this game.
NCAA tournament. This
Right.
is one of those teams that you pick through the Sweet 16 or Elite 8, and then you get knocked out in the first round.
Yeah.
That would suck. But at the same time, obviously, they have the opportunity to move on. So I'm going to pick Stuttgart in this one. I think Stuttgart with Kane Price. Kane Price has got to be one of the best quarterbacks in the state. I got to be
Well, he comes by it naturally.
right.
You know,
Top 5, top 10 guy for sure.
his dad, Josh, was at BB in high school, played at Tech, built Dardanelle into what they are now. And of course, Vega played with him at Tech. And, of course, they
Right.
played in the conference championship against each other, Dover and BB, back in '96. Just a lot of history there. He's an excellent coach. And, I think I got to go Stuttgart as well because I don't even know if Ozark's going to be here, to be honest. I think this is the time, though, to get Ozark because I do think next year they're going to be a front runner for semifinals minimum.
Yeah, and like you said, Dardanelle is moving up. They're going to 5A next year. Nashville's going to 5A next year. 4A is going to look different, and it always does in the first year of the cycle for sure. So we got Stuttgart, and we've got Arkadelphia is who I'm going to pick in this one, but I'm going to tell you that's going to be an interesting matchup there at Elkins with Arkadelphia coming to town. State championship rematch. You want to talk about testing your mettle there. Arkadelphia will be tested in that one.
If Arkadelphia has any hiccups, Elkins can clip them, but I got to go with the Badgers.
You have my finalist for 3A and the champion, by the way.
I'm going with the Badgers,
And
and I think Elkins is definitely under the radar, and Arkadelphia is going to have to be ready. I think playing Clinton the week before, they could come out a little banged up, a little unhealthy, and if that happens, and obviously Elkins has a huge game with Southside the week before as
Right.
well. That could play a role as well when it gets down to it, but I've got to go Arkadelphia in this type of situation. I pick.
Arkadelphia, and then if I had Stuttgart Arkadelphia, I'm moving Arkadelphia on there
I
as
agree.
well. So that would put Arkadelphia back in Little Rock for the second time in a row.
Too much talent overall.
All right, well, let's move down to the bottom of the bracket here. And at the bottom of the bracket, you got Gosnell. Gosnell, however you say it. They're really good. I don't know that they're the biggest fans of ASN because
They
we
didn't
haven't
look at rankings.
we haven't ranked them number one in the state. We haven't ranked them number one. Now they've shown to be pretty good.
Yep.
That win at Southside was as good a win as there is in the state this year, and a lot to be proud of there. A lot to be proud of. So obviously they're moving on with the bye. Warren Gentry. When I was doing this game and just kind of looking at this bracket, I thought, boy, this is a better game than meets the eye. Again, it's one of those things. This is not a vintage Warren team.
Right.
And I think the 4A1 is a little better than people give it credit for. And with that being said, I'm going to go with Warren. It's a long trip from Gentry to Warren. But this is one of those games I could see Gentry winning.
I'm going with the Lumberjacks. We talked about all this stuff, in the preseason, in our preseason rankings. I was one that
Duran's finalists.
I did feel that Warren was going to be down a little bit this year, but, every year that you say that, they just reload with somebody, and they just couldn't quite get over the hump this year and be that one seed again. But, yeah, I think they've still got enough firepower to take down Gentry, but Gentry is – like you said, the 4A1 is a little bit tougher than they get credit for. I agree with that. But I think too long of a trip down to South Arkansas, and it's just going to be too much. Warren Lumberjacks, too much tradition, too much going on in that stadium that night.
All right, so we'll take Warren in that one. The Nashville Scrappers are a team that I think are legitimate contenders for the 4A state championship. And I don't think they're going to have a whole lot of trouble. Pocahontas traveling a long way.
The 5 seed getting
I think they've got Nashville doing. I think they've got a chance to make some noise in these playoffs. And looking at their draw right now out to the quarterfinals, I really think they've got a good draw as well. So I'll take Nashville in this one. And I figure you're probably there too.
I'm going with Coach Cheshire and Nashville, the only team that really obviously got the win against Arkadelphia. That's impressive. We also saw them. We didn't do that game, but we did do some highlights of them as they traveled up to Dardanelle, up in our area in the River Valley. Early in the year, looked good that night, even though Dardanelle came out on top. I really like Nashville. Like you said, they're a serious title contender.
Heber Springs and Prairie Grove, this one is a very interesting matchup to me. I feel like Prairie Grove, even though they're on the road right now, might be the better team in this one. I think I'd have to go with Prairie Grove in this one.
It's hard to go against head coach Denny Abshire. He's been there since about 89, 90. Had one losing season ever. That was 2 years ago. Even though they're traveling to Heber, I do think that the Heber Springs Conference, that conference wasn't very good this year overall. I don't think it's very deep. I think Prairie Grove is definitely more tested, is my point.
Yeah.
I'm going with Prairie Grove Tigers.
Anything in the comments, by the way? We hadn't checked those in a bit.
Any shout-outs?
Oh, no, it's everybody just listening.
All right.
Get in with us.
Absolutely.
I'll talk back.
Get in there in the comments. Let us know what you think. I mean, this is an interactive deal, but we're going to go with Prairie Grove there, and then we've got Dardanelle and Malvern. We were looking at this before we started, and we felt like that Dardanelle, just looking at their bracket, feels like this is – if they're not going to make it to Little Rock this year, I don't know if they're ever going to make it to Little Rock. This is – I mean, it seems to be set up for them, except for the fact that they're probably going to have to go on the road in the semifinals.
Right. Yep. Easy pick in this one with Dardanelle, which is just odd to say against Malvern. They're just so good, such a blue blood. But this year, just down a little bit, and Dardanelle is as good as they've been. So, got to go Dardanelle in that one.
All right, moving on, Hamburg and Mina. I'm telling you right now, this is a better matchup than what a lot of people would say it is.
Yeah, I agree.
I like Nykiel Lewis. I like Thomas. I think both those kids are unreal athletes. I mean, unreal athletes. But I'm going to tell you right now, Mina is going to draw up some ball plays. They're going to be prepared.
Yeah.
There, I tell you what, I think they'll be ready. They'll be ready to play Hamburg. It's a good trip, but I think I like Hamburg in this one, but I'm not going to sit here and say Mina's going to just roll over.
Right. Yeah, I agree. And Mina's one of those teams that, honestly, most of the state just don't think about Mina. But we've seen them a lot over the years, and they have a great program. They've got there's some backing there. They've got great facilities. I really like the Mina program overall. They're definitely going to be a tougher test than they think around for most people. Most people think, I should say. Hamburg, just Lewis and what's the quarterback's name again? Thomas.
Thomas, yeah.
They're just studs, and Lewis is probably going to have 300 yards if he plays the entire game. But Mina will put some points up on them. Their defense at Hamburg is definitely a little bit suspect. That's something they got to clean up. If they do, they'll have a chance moving on if they get to Dardanelle. But I'm going Hamburg in this one. But definitely, Mina's going to have a game plan, and they're going to be in this thing for a
in
little
that
bit.
game that we did Thursday night. Caden Thomas had 13 carries for 163. Nykiel Lewis had 29 for 165. Stuttgart really tightened the defense down in the second half.
Right.
Their defense looked a lot better. And I will say this: if they played defense like they played then, that Stuttgart team can win it all. They can win it all. Lone Oak Monticello is another one of those matchups that I call 50-50. When you have a Division I player on the field, you always have a chance. Joseph Aquiles just got a D1 offer to Appalachian State.
He deserves it.
He's a good player. Coming into this one, we knew about Nykiel Lewis, but really we thought this year that Joseph Aquiles would be the guy that gets all the attention.
And then you got the Greenbrier running back as well.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. And we did the Monticello-Fordyce game earlier this year. Monticello was up 14-0 before Fordyce took over. And Aquiles was the guy. And honestly, they kind of went away from him when Fordyce got their traction and kind of got all the momentum. And that hurt them. And, of course, they had a little bit of a quarterback carousel going on that night and some injuries. But, yeah, I mean, Monticello definitely has some athletes, and Aquiles is a guy that's going to be a problem. I like Lone Oak. Lone Oak is a tougher team than a lot of people are giving them credit for as well. Them and Mills came down a really good game. Man, I think, like you said, it's tough when you got as much talent. I really like their head coach in Monticello. I think he's doing some good things. I would give Lone Oak the edge just because it's at Lone Oak, and that's a tough pick for me right there.
I'm gonna go with you. I think the thing that has gotten Monticello has been the quarterback play this year, and you don't want that going into the playoffs. That's a problem going into the playoffs. So I'm gonna go with Lone Oak as well. And then Gravette CAC, I think Gravette is a team that's overlooked.
Yes.
They finish number
behind
2.
Elkins.
Yeah, finished number 2 in that conference. They beat Stuttgart like a drum 2 years ago in the playoffs. Stuttgart went to Gravette and got destroyed. That was 2 years ago. Gravette was upset last year, I think, maybe in the first or second round. But I like Gravette in this one as well. What do you got?
Gravette. I agree with you. I'm going with Gravette in this one. 9-1, I believe. Only lost to Elkins, and kind of like last year, that Elkins game was a big game to win that conference, and couldn't get it done. But that's a really good Gravette team, and CAC. Give them some credit, because I didn't know they were going to make the playoffs the way it started this year, and to get in there as the 4, hit their stride a little bit mid-season and playing some decent ball, but Gravette's just way too tough in this
change
one.
Change that Monticello to Lone Oak.
My bad. Hit the wrong button.
We got Lone Oak on that one. So moving up to the top, Gosnell, Warren. Yes, sir. Okay.
I got to say, since they're not high top Mustang Mountain, And my buddy Matt Chandler, assistant coach there, grab it.
Okay.
All the way.
I gotcha.
They played Elkins as good as anybody played them this year. They really did.
Well, outside of Dardanelle.
yeah,
but
outside
yes.
of Dardanelle, yes. But
And if y'all didn't join us for the 3A state volleyball tournament this year, that's an ode from Justin.
Right.
Every time we came back, high top Mustang Mountain, even though we were down in a volleyball arena. But
All right.
good times.
Gosnell and Warren. I like Gosnell in this one. Moving on, I think Gosnell is setting up for a magical type of year for them. I mean, they're undefeated, number one, so that's magical in itself, finishing the regular season undefeated. Then you get a chance. We get a chance to play against Warren maybe in the round two. One of those named teams that you hear about all the time. I think Gosnell would be a tough place to play that night, and I like Gosnell in that one.
Yeah, I agree. I think Gosnell's going to get it done. Warren got to travel all the way up to Northeast Arkansas, and Gosnell just has some athletes that are really good this year. I can't think of the receiver's name, but the one that had the highlight catch in the end zone. He's an absolute problem for anybody that plays against them. I really like Gosnell. Gosnell is a team, to me, is legit state championship contender.
Yes.
I really believe that. So I've got Gosnell winning this one by 3 touchdowns.
Should be a lot of fun up there. Talking about some of their guys, Ja Jacobs Ford is the guy that you're thinking about
that's
there.
him. Yep, 100%.
Moving on here, Nashville and Prairie Grove. I feel like Nashville probably's got too much for them, especially being at home. It's always tough to go to Nashville in the playoffs
Prairie
and win.
Grove's going to see a lot of speed that night that they haven't got to see week in and week out. I've got Nashville winning about like Gosnell over Warren.
Yeah, we got that one as well. So Nashville wins that one, and then we got Dardanelle Hamburg. That's an interesting matchup name wise, but I will say I think Dardanelle has just got too much for Hamburg overall.
There's an echo in the office. We're still working on it. New office, and got to get some more foam in here on the walls. But go ahead.
Anyway, I like Dardanelle in this one.
It wasn't me. I didn't crack it open. Just,
it was much louder than I thought it was. Sorry.
I like Dardanelle to beat Hamburg in this matchup.
Go ahead, Brad.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got Dardanelle as well. We were able to – we had 2 crews out last week. I was at Des Arc and McCrory. Y'all were at Hamburg and Stuttgart, and Lewis went over the touchdown record, the single-season touchdown record in the state of Arkansas. He still has a chance to get the single-season rushing yards record, but he's going to have to go for about 300 or so against Mina, and then he's going to have to do it again against Dardanelle. And I think that's too tall of a task. I think Dardanelle's definitely going to move on. But Dardanelle, I'll say this as well. We did the Clinton game. We saw the Ozark score. Lamar, who didn't even make the playoffs, had Dardanelle on the ropes for a little bit early in that game as well. I do feel like Dardanelle has played a little bit not as good as they were when they played Nashville early in the year. I feel like that down the stretch they've shown a few cracks, and coaches are going to see, their opportunities to attack them in certain ways. So I'm not going to say Hamburg doesn't have a chance in that game, because I do think that they are vulnerable, but I think Dardanelle's defense or offense with Creed Vega is going to have a huge day against Hamburg. And, of course, you got the Chatton kid that they'll throw it up to and some other guys. Dardanelle, I have to take over Hamburg.
Yep. Justin, I just thought about something
I
here.
have to give the other team some love. It's hard for me to just ride a team out.
Give that to
a lot
him.
of times on my picks.
We're going to have to direct that at some point. That computer is pretty full. We're going to have to direct that recording at some point. By the way, I'm not even sure you have to record that, by the way, just because I can download that and put it up. But anyway,
No matter.
Just to make sure. Lone Oak Gravette, this is an interesting matchup. I was actually just looking at Lone Oak. When you look at their scores, they lost to Jacksonville by 1. They lost to Stuttgart by 4. Now, that was early in the year. I mean, first game, 24-20 in that game, and then turned around and lost to Mills by 1 touchdown. Lone Oak is I mean, you got to have Gravette has to go all the way to Lone Oak, and
Right.
if you ever been to Gravette, I mean, basically it's Missouri and Oklahoma. I mean, it's basically where you're at.
Bill knows all about that.
It is a long way from Lone Oak, I can tell you that.
Right.
But Gravette's a good team. I like Bohannon. I like Kelby Bohannon there at Gravette. I think he's a really good coach. But Bimberg also does a good job there. Well, that one might be one of those games that home field makes the difference in that one. That would just be a 50-50 type game, coin flip type game. I will go with Lone Oak.
Yeah, that's going to be a very tough game. I'm actually going to – man, I hate to travel for Gravette because it is going to be tough. You go from the mountains, you get to Little Rock, and then it's just flat all the way to Lone Oak. My dad's from Brinkley, so I've been through Lone Oak a billion times. Yeah, I'm actually going to pick Gravette in this one. I'm going to give 4A1 some love out of the Northwest and say that and you're pulling up the Lone Oak scores, and there's some scores in there that make me want to change my mind.
Right.
They got some big wins. The Forest City win was big. The win versus win. Yeah.
The win-win.
Jacksonville obviously stepping up in class there was a tough one, and then that Stuttgart loss early in the year. I mean that's extremely
impressive. Yeah.
I feel like they haven't had, other than Mills, they haven't had a super tough schedule the second half. But I mean, they've had some easy ones in there for sure. CAC did make the playoffs, and they rode that night 50-14. That's a tough one, really tough. I'm going to go with Gravette. That's what I'm going to pick, even though I could easily see Lone Oak winning this one.
Justin, you're breaking the tie in this one.
Oh, going to have to stick with Gravette there. Lone Oak's a great football team. Not going to take anything away from them at all because they don't deserve that. But going to have to stick with Bohannon and my buddy Matt Chandler there.
Okay, well, Gravette it is. So we move on to Gosnell and Nashville, which if you get to this point right here with these two teams, this is two teams that think ASN hates them the most. I'm just joking.
Well, we need Aaron here on these tiebreakers because he could pick off the mascot. He'd be like, all right, lion versus a jackrabbit.
Right.
Jackrabbit's just too cool of a mascot.
Right. So, man, I'm going to tell you this one right here. I don't know. I think Nashville's playing so well right now. I think they're much better than the 8-2 record that they show. I really do. I think they're one of those teams that is good enough to be 10-0 on the season. They're playing a 10-0 team. This is going to be one heck of a battle.
Yeah.
And when I get down to it, when I start thinking about this, I start thinking about travel. It's so hard for a team to travel all the way across the state and win a game.
Right.
It's tough.
And I hate that this matchup is in the quarters and not further.
Right.
Kind of like in 2A or 3A, sorry. Bismarck and Mansfield might meet up there. And I hate that for those teams because those are both semifinal top teams. And we got the same thing here. One of these teams won't make the semis, though, so who's it going to be? I agree. Nashville's playing so well, and we know a little bit more about that program because we've done a lot of games with Coach Cheshire and had Nashville coming up here in our area. We haven't got eyes on Gosnell, personally, and that always affects you a little bit. So, man, just tough. Like you said, Nashville traveling all the way up to Gosnell. You're basically in Tennessee and Missouri at the same time. That's going to play a role for sure. I think Nashville gets it done, but, man, another one that just makes me indecisive bad.
It's a hard one. It's a hard one for sure.
But you're not getting any love from the Gosnell fans.
Right.
We both picked Nashville.
Right. So, Justin, you're the tiebreaker again on this one.
Did you go Gosnell?
I went Gosnell,
Okay.
yes, sir.
Okay.
Oh, man. Nashville's losses are hurting them for me. And if it wasn't for that, if they were, I think, even records in this or closer, one loss instead of two, I'd probably go with Nashville. But Gosnell, they have been on a tear this year, and you can't take that away from them. As much as it pains me to pick a Pirate, I'm going to pick the Pirates.
And we have seen Southside last year. We haven't seen them this year, but that win over Southside is extremely impressive. So,
It was. Very.
Gosnell is for real. And like I said, I hate that this game's in the quarters and not the final or the semifinals.
Right. If you're in right now, I don't even know how to look and see. Is there anybody watching right now?
A few, yeah.
Okay. Anyway, we appreciate you watching. If you got any questions, join us.
Yeah,
Get in there.
ask us. anything in the chat, if you rooting for a certain team
Right.
and you have a point about something.
Let
add it in there.
let
We'll
us know who
definitely-
you're cheering for.
We want to be
right now.
interactive with you.
Let us know who you're cheering for. We'd love to hear that. All right, so that leaves us. You didn't move. You went Gravett? So we got Dardanelle and Gravett. So move on Gravett there, and then we're gonna take Dardanelle Gravett. I like Dardanelle in that one.
Yeah.
I think Dardanelle again, just getting home games, all that will be good. We are here waiting on 3A. We're getting there, David. We're getting there
You
real
got a
close.
Grab it button.
Yeah. We're getting there real close, David, on that one. But
Sorry, I had to make the grab it button. My bad.
that's all right. David Rawlings says are here waiting on 3A. So
Is that David Rawlings, Daniel Rawlings' dad? David Rawlings?
yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
Works with me out at Walmart DC, if that is the one I'm thinking of. So, good guy.
Well,
all right,
what do you got?
Dardanelle and Gosnell.
Ooh.
Another tough one. This could easily be Nashville. This could be a rematch right there as well. Dardanelle, I mean, like you said earlier, this is first couple of rounds might be their easiest route to
Older
get
brother,
this far.
by the way.
Oh, okay. I got you. So, Dardanelle. I'm going to go Dardanelle. And, when before you laid a bracket out, I had Gosnell as good as anybody.
Right.
I mean, Arkadelphia would be the one team that I would have ahead of them. But so I kind of had Gosnell going far, but that Nashville game is so tough right there. I've got to go Dardanelle in this one.
Again, I need a coin to flip right now.
Right.
I'm gonna go with you. I'm gonna go Dardanelle, but I think that any of the Nashville, Gosnell, Dardanelle, I think comes out of that.
Just
that
go either
side.
way.
Yeah,
Right.
that side of the bracket. So that leaves us in our finals now in the 4A.
Top half. Right.
Yeah,
Or
we've
we
got
already did
Arkadelphia.
the other one. That's right.
Yeah, Arkadelphia and Dardanelle,
right.
which I've got a 4A final little slide there. You can get to
I'm
it.
getting it.
So, you want to start with that one, Arkadelphia and Dardanelle?
Arkadelphia and Dardanelle in the finals. Last year these two teams met up at Dardanelle, and Dardanelle probably gave them the best game of anybody. And at one point Dardanelle was down 21-0 in this game, and they ended up with I think it ended up being 35-27. Oh, I'm pretty sure that's what it was. And anyway, but I look at this and I say Arkadelphia. I'm kind of like you. I feel like Arkadelphia just has too much talent.
Yeah.
I feel like they've got too much talent, and at the end of the day, I feel like that's the difference.
I wouldn't put it against a guy like Creed Vega. Just the stock he comes from, the hard-nosedness. Like he's a guy that in that game could throw for 250 and run for 200.
Right.
I mean, even against just a amazing defensive line at Arkadelphia, they've got 2 or 3 defensive ends, and some of them can play outside linebacker that are just absolute freaks. And I just think Arkadelphia overall has too much talent. If it gets to this game, I think Arkadelphia is going to find a way to win. But, man, it's going to be a good one. It's going to come down to turnovers. It's going to come down to big plays. And I got to go Arkadelphia in this one, even though I wouldn't put it past Vega and that Dardanelle team to do something miraculous and pull that one out.
Justin's still trying to figure it out. I was trying to figure it out myself, Justin, when it comes down to it. But so you're saying Dardanelle?
You spilled some Kool-Aid on the white part there.
Yeah. You're saying Dardanelle?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going Arkadelphia.
Arkadelphia.
But it's a coin flip.
And I'm going Arkadelphia as well. I feel like that
The cards won't show up over the top. I don't know why.
I don't know either. So we got the Arkadelphia winning it all. That's what we got. So Arkadelphia wins the 4A by our opinion. Now, obviously, there's certain ways that it could go. We talked about that.
Nashville, Gosnell,
Yep.
those teams definitely have
Yep.
their name.
There we go.
There we
to
go.
win it all.
He's bringing it in now. Dardanelle
Elkin's another one.
coming in at the bottom. Arkadelphia coming in at the top. And Arkadelphia winning it all. So that's who we got there. So
Justin, did you want to say anything about this one?
It's hard for me to cheer for Dardanelle
He's a Pottsville guy.
because I'm a Pottsville guy. But it's hard. No, I don't.
I don't hate. Hate's a strong word. Don't
It
hate
is,
me with that brush.
But the simple fact is, you can't argue how great they have been. You know, I know they've had some close games and been down, but
Right.
champions come back from down
Yep.
and win, and that's all they've done all season for me.
Are you talking about? We're not going to start talking about Tennessee in '98, are we?
No. You might, if you want to talk about Tennessee '98, you're gonna make me cry.
You ain't the only
still
one.
hurts. It still hurts.
First time I ever had any anger in my life was that game.
I remember.
Too much directed to
let
Clint.
me tell you about that game. I was, of course,
Burrsworth stepped on his foot, but he
like-
takes all the credit for it.
like you and I especially, you know, that was really the first time Arkansas had some real success. 95, they had some success in the SEC, but I mean, that was like the state was on fire at that time.
42-6 against
Yes.
Bama in week 2 or 3, and that's the worst butt kicking Bama's ever taken in the SEC. I
Yeah.
think still to this day. And they had the Heisman Trophy candidate,
Sean Alexander.
Sean Alexander, went on to the Seahawks and was the NFL MVP, and we shut him down.
Yeah.
It was an electric year, and of course that was the first year of Houston Nutt. Nobody was tired of him at that point. Everybody loved him.
Right.
And
I still take him, to be honest with you.
I'm a big Houston Nutt fan. But
Don't forget to move Arkadelphia on just so people can see it.
yeah. But yeah, I mean, it was just an exciting time talking about that. But
Yeah.
what even got us on?
I don't
that?
even
I'm trying to
know.
remember.
I
Oh,
don't-
he's talking about how magical
Yeah.
Dardanelle's come from behind to win these games, and that's what a lot of times you see that in a championship
Right.
top season. Salem last year was a team that lost to Atkins, which Atkins was not what they are this year. You know, that was kind of like, they lose to Atkins and then Atkins loses the equipment, and then Salem gets on a roll. And I didn't think anybody was knocking off Bismarck. I'd done probably 4 Bismarck games. Did them against Osceola and Fordyce in the playoffs. And Salem found a way to get it done.
Yeah.
And that was a close game as well. So, you know, that's just one example of that type of thing. So are you saying Dardanelle? Is that
Yeah, I'm saying Dardanelle. I mean, don't get me wrong.
it was an 8-point game
Arkadelphia
last year?
is a great team. It could go either way.
Well,
and I know it's
obviously-
at Arkadelphia, but I like Vega. He's impressed me every time I've seen him play, and I've seen him play a whole lot.
Yeah, obviously, Arkadelphia is a little vulnerable. I mean, it's not like they're unbeatable because they lost at home. They didn't just lose it; they lost at home.
Yes.
But anyway,
And I'm on the record for saying this for over a year now, that Air Force is getting a steal with Creed Vega. I really believe that. I mean, he's a guy
they are.
that could maybe not, you know, he's not going to get that 3 or 4 star ranking. I mean, even though I think he's a 3-star in my book, but he's a guy that could go somewhere even on an SEC level that would be there a couple of years and develop and could actually win a spot. I mean, I really think he's that type of talent.
all right, I'm going to see if I can get Alan Russell on the phone. David, we're going 3A. Now, 3A is going to be a little bit different because we had to do it differently on the brackets because I'm just finished.
Ran out of time.
Just ran out of time. I mean, I literally worked on that all day long. So, anyway, we're going to go to 3A. You're going to be able to see all of our picks, but Duran has his picks, and I have my picks, and we'll talk about them here. And I'm going to see if I can get
I'll probably
Alan on.
Just
change
left
mine.
me out.
Change mine while we do it.
Well, I don't have time to put yours on there. If you want to throw something up there, you can. If you want to say, hey, I like this one, then that's fine. I'm over it. Hey, man, we're live on the air right now. Just we're coming in on the 3A. We had to skip to 4A because of just graphics. That's why. But we're here with 3A now, and so we're going to talk about 3A. I want to bring you in on the action. So
Come on, Ellen.
Hey, what's going on, guys? How y'all doing tonight?
we're
Doing great, brother.
We're good. So go ahead. Let's do this. Let's start with my picks. If you've got them up there, if you got them in there.
Oh, I got everything.
Got it. So that's the top of the bracket. And Alan, I know you're not watching this because this is a members only deal. But I've got Mansfield on the bye. I've got Dumas over Walnut Ridge. I've got Bismarck over Lavaca. I've got McGee over Magnet Cove, Salem over Falk, Newport over Melbourne, Osceola, and that's a mistake. They didn't play McCrory. They play – who do they play?
Osceola has.
That's just a graphical.
Cutter Morning Star.
Yes, that's a graphical mistake there. Osceola winning the first game. Drew Central winning against Osceola. And then we go back to the top of the bracket. Yes, Drew Central over Paris, I should say, at least for now. Then I've got Mansfield over Dumas, Bismarck over McGee, Salem over Newport, Osceola losing to Drew Central. And in the quarterfinals, on the top of the bracket, I've got Mansfield beating Bismarck, which that one, I don't even know about that one. That one's still kind of killing me there. And Salem beating Drew Central with a Mansfield-Salem rematch in the semifinals, which would be the third year in a row that those two teams matched up.
Wow.
And I've got Mansfield.
The Burton boys.
I've got Mansfield moving on to Little Rock in that bracket. So, Duran, I'm going to let you – let's let Alan talk because you've got your picks that you're going to talk about. Alan, tell us a little bit about what you're thinking about 3A.
About 3A, I was just pulling it up. I'm not looking at it exactly.
Well, that's fine. We can fill some. So here's some of the things.
Walnut Ridge, Dumas, or you want to go down the list with them?
Well, yeah, we can go Walnut Ridge, Dumas. Talk about Walnut Ridge, Dumas.
Walnut Ridge and Walnut Ridge, is that game at Walnut Ridge?
It's at Walnut Ridge, yes, sir. The 4-seed Dumas versus the 3-seed Walnut Ridge.
Man, that's a tough draw for Walnut Ridge, in my opinion.
I agree.
I'll take Dumas in that one. I just think athletic teams give Walnut Ridge fit, and I'll take Dumas.
Bismarck and Lavaca. I mean, I feel like that's pretty much a self-explanatory one at this point.
Yeah, it'll be Bismarck. There's really no, as you said, there's really no disrespect to Lavaca. They just ain't nothing to talk about.
Right.
Really.
Salem and Falk, that's a 314-mile drive for Falk.
Ooh. Man, will they be rewarded with a win? Salem.
Yeah.
When that Salem defense, y'all seen it live when y'all did the game out there.
Yeah.
That's two good defenses, Salem and Mayflower.
Yeah, I skipped one there. Magnet Cove and McGee. I've got McGee in this one on the road at Magnet Cove.
That's 2-3 seeds.
Yeah, I take McGee in that one again. Another athletic team going into play Magnet Cove, and McGee. That's a good pick. I think McGee will win it.
Then go down to Newport and Melbourne. Melbourne being the 5-seed. I think Melbourne's not a bad 5-seed. They play in a pretty tough conference there in the 3A2. But I got Newport in that one being at home.
Yeah, Newport at home. Man, I don't. That's one. That's one when I looked at the bracket, like this Melbourne team would get if you get the good version of Melbourne, could they upset Newport? Sure, but going into Newport and winning, that's a tough task. So I'll take Newport in that one.
And then we got Osceola. And I've got a graphical mistake. They're playing Cutter Morning Star.
And Cutter Morning Star is a 2.
They're a 2.
They're for real this year a little bit.
But, I tell you what, as a 2, show them what they won. They get 4-seeded
I know. That's not
Osceola,
nice.
right?
That wasn't nice by the AAA.
Right. What do you think about that?
Osceola, they moved up the freshman back, Brad. He's going to be a stud for them for years to come. That's unfortunate for Cutter Morning Star. I like stuff, and I really wouldn't consider underdogs in that one. I think they'll win that one going away.
What do you think about Drew Central and Paris? It's going to be at Drew Central the 2, taking on 4-seeded Paris.
Yes, sir. I'm up with you guys now. I've got the bracket pulled up. That's at Paris, correct?
It's at Drew Central.
It's at Drew Central, yeah.
It's at Drew Central.
Drew's the 2.
Man. That's a tough one. That's the flip a coin one. I think Drew Central.
Yeah. Drew Central's playing pretty well right now. They beat Dumas and McGee to get that 2 seed.
Impressive.
Yeah, Dumas, McGee, Drew Central tied there in the second spot in that conference. And then you had another tie behind that where Lake Village was a team that we thought might make it in, and they didn't make it in because of the tie. But we got Coach Darius Green's always joining in with us on our podcast, and he says he's got things rolling in the right direction over there at Lake Village Lakeside. So anyway, So the next round, you've got Mansfield Dumas. I've got Mansfield over Dumas. What do you think about that?
Yeah, oh yeah, man. We'll move on in that one. Yeah. Kind of like last year. Be similar to last year.
Yeah, Bismarck and McGee. I like Bismarck in that one. To me, when you look at the 3A, I think you can look at 5 teams in the 3A that are a shelf above everybody else, and that is Salem, Mansfield, Bismarck, Charleston, and Fordyce. But Fordyce seems to be coming back to pack a little bit.
Yeah, Fordyce is kind of it's hard to gauge with them. If we get the Fordyce we had against Monticello in week 1 on the ASN game of the week, they can win the whole thing. But if you get the Fordyce that lost to Lakeside, they can't win the whole thing.
Right.
Yeah,
I mean, cutting
that was my
dry.
pick. Fordyce, that was my year. So but Duran just said it's hard to look past. Bill is just someone who can chime in. What do we know about this? Did they have guys out?
Yeah, I think Cadillac didn't play against
Injuries
Lakeside.
and fumbles.
I think they had like 8 or 9 fumbles in that game.
Yeah. A lot of fumbles in that one.
Gotcha. And I'll take this as well, Brad.
All right. Then we got Salem and Newport. Good matchup there, but Salem, to me, seems to be too much.
That's round 2, right? Last time they beat them, what, 44 to 6, 44 to 12, something like that.
Yeah.
Early
Yeah.
Here, I think this is the different Newport team. But can they go into where they made it just so tough? Somebody when they come here and win. I don't think so. I like Salem by a couple touchdowns.
And then we got Osceola, Drew Central. I've got Drew Central over Osceola. Again, I just feel like Drew Central's just playing a little better than Osceola is right now.
Yes, would that be at OC?
No, that would be at Drew Central. They would be the higher seed, yes.
I just about that freshman back. I just they were lacking. Here was a good running back to go up on MJ Washington, Bell kids, and got some other athletes. I think you add that and Osceola becomes.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll take Osceola back.
Osceola. So you got Osceola in the 3rd round. They've struggled this year, but, I mean, again, this is playoff time, and you just don't know.
Yes,
Osceola is always ready. Now, this one's
Right.
the one that keeps me up at night right here, and that is Bismarck playing Mansfield for the 3rd time in 2 years. They played in the opening game of the season, both the last 2 years. Both of them were close games. Mansfield was able to pull it out this year with a 34-28 victory in overtime. This one, again, I feel like this is like 2 physical, play-hard football teams. I picked Mansfield in this, and really the home field advantage was why I picked them. I don't really have any other reason why, to be honest with you. I mean, it's trying to like split hairs right there between those 2 teams, and I picked Mansfield to win that one.
Yes, sir. I can get with that one. I definitely understand that pick. That's a solid pick, but I got to go with Bismarck. It's hard, it's hard to beat a team twice in 1 year.
Yeah.
Bismarck have that revenge factor on their side this time around. You knocked us off first. We're back to prove that that was a fluke. I'm not saying the game was how those kids are going to be. I take Bismarck in that one the second go around. We got that was a ball game.
Right.
That one as well.
And then Salem, and you've got them against Osceola. I got them against Drew Central. I think both of us would agree that Salem will move on in that matchup.
Yes, sir. They Salem to move on. They both our picks in that one. Yes,
so then I've got Mansfield versus Salem. You've got Bismarck versus Salem. I got Mansfield moving on past Salem. And, again, you talked about the revenge factor in the last one, and I've got the revenge factor in this one for Mansfield. This will be the 3rd time in 3 seasons that they matched up in the playoffs. Salem had the revenge factor on their mind last year when they won that game, and I believe Mansfield would have it this year. I feel like Mansfield is just a cut above better this year than they were last year. And to me, the way I see it as of today, Mansfield to me looks like the best team in 3A, and that's why I picked them out as far as I have. But I can tell you, again, it keeps me up at night. Salem, Bismarck, Mansfield, and Charleston really give me gas.
That's not a pick. I guarantee it. You can't go wrong with that Mansfield pick. But I'm gonna throw a when you that Bismarck is that something, right? In my scenario, that's also a revenge factor. Bismarck has revenge on their side, and I think that's big, and I think that's enough to get them over the hump at Salem. Give them Bismarck over Salem.
Bismarck over Salem. So Bismarck would move on to Little Rock in your scenario. Let's throw up Duran's bracket there. Duran's bracket is real similar to mine on both sides, but Duran has really the main difference is Bismarck. You got Bismarck
Drew
over
Central.
Mansfield.
Drew Central's a big difference.
Well, I got Drew Central too.
Do you have them that
I
far?
do. Yeah, I do. Yep. But talk about the Bismarck-Mansfield matchup there, Duran.
Yeah, those two played each other the first game of the year the last 2 years. Last year, I should say. Bismarck gets the win at Bismarck. This year it goes to Mansfield. They go into overtime, and Mansfield pulls away with the win. This year for Bismarck, we thought they would drop just a little bit, even though we knew they still had Caden Keithley and the Hughes boys and a lot, Clayton Martinez coming up from junior high that played last year in the playoffs some. But we didn't think that a guy could step in and fill the role of Ben Keithley the way that Birch has done. Birch is a sophomore quarterback that has some wheels, and when he gets out in the open, I mean, there's very few guys that are going to catch him. Keithley, Cademan, is one of the most talented. I mean, he is as fast as anybody in 3A. I mean, I really believe that. He's not a huge kid, but he runs with everything he has. Him and Brink up at Salem are real similar. I think Keithley may be just a hair faster straight line, but they're both super quick, super fast, and just will run over you. I have Bismarck winning that one. I think going to Mansfield, that's going to be a tall task, and it's going to be hard for Bismarck to block the way they do against a lot of the teams they do on the edge to get those guys open. I know that's going to be a tall task against Mansfield. I think the revenge factor, like y'all have been talking about in some of these games, is going to be there. I think Bismarck finds a way to knock off Mansfield, even though I easily could pick Mansfield on this one. Salem, Drew Central. Drew Central did get a big win as of late. Osceola, they got a tough game with Cutter Morning Star, even though Cutter Morning Star are kind of not a whole lot of depth in their conference. Right. They got some easy wins in there for sure. I think Osceola's just got the talent level overall to win and get past that and play Drew Central. I could easily see Osceola winning that game, but I've got Drew Central playing a little bit better as of late, getting the win. And then Salem easily gets the win over them. Salem, Bismarck, I mean, I can't wait. I would love to be able to watch or call that game. It's going to be a fun one. That one is definitely a tough pick, very tough pick. I'm going to go with Salem overall. I think they just have a little bit more depth in the long run to take down Bismarck.
Alan, you got anything to add to that?
No, that's that's solid picks there, man. You can't go wrong with Salem or Bismarck, but there's just something about, for me, it's just something about that, having that revenge factor. Like coach can drive that home. He can drive that home. These guys beat you last night, and they kind of have that dog on their side.
Yes, sir. I agree.
All right, let's go to my bracket, bottom half of the bracket here, and I know that David Rawlings waiting on the Atkins Red Devils. He gets a chance to see him here.
I think his boy is a junior high player.
I believe I met David at AT&T the other day. I'm pretty sure
his boy is a stud running back for Atkins Junior High.
Well, Atkins Junior High went 9-0, I believe, this year.
They had a great year.
Yeah, Atkins football programs had a spectacular season.
Yeah.
For both of them, and win or lose at the end of this, they need to hold their heads high.
17-2 for senior high and junior high, really good. And the two losses that Atkins has is one to Salem, one to Mayflower. We saw Mayflower. Mayflower is fast. I'm telling you, it's a fast football team. And David, you might let us know a little bit about what happened in that game. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Let us know what happened in that Mayflower game. We didn't get a chance to see it. We just saw the score. It was a little bit more lopsided than we thought it would be. But anyway, let's move on here and let's talk a little bit about the bracket. We got Rivercrest getting the bye. Obviously, they get the bye. They get the winner of Boonville and Quitman. Boonville at 6-4 right now.
Don't sound right, does it?
It doesn't sound right, but if you look at their losses, they lost to Poto, Oklahoma. Poto is a bigger school than they are.
Right.
Lost to Ozark. They've lost to Mansfield 16-14, and they lost to Charleston. Okay? In my opinion, that 6-4 record is very deceiving for them, and I have them moving on past Rivercrest in round 2. Glenrose and Atkins is a very interesting matchup if Atkins is able to get past Prescott. We believe that Glenrose will get past Harrisburg. I think that's not necessarily a given, but almost. But Prescott and Atkins is a heck of a matchup in round 1. We saw Prescott take on Bismarck. And Prescott is not the same Prescott that we know and that we've known for years now. I feel like Atkins is a better football team than Prescott. Now, are injuries involved with Atkins right now? I mean, we know that Mason Martin is injured. Right. He's done for the year. Again,
I'll say that before that injury, which was during the Salem game, and they still came down to the last second, I have Atkins as a legit semifinal team. With the injury, now I feel like they're a fringe semifinal team. Right. They're still very good.
David said defense was on the field 95% of that game. Man, I'm going to tell you right now, Mayflower is so good defensively. They are scary.
They really are.
They are scary. So they make you do things. I felt like Atkins would win that game with Mayflower just because I felt like the quarterback play was better. I thought it was going to be an old-fashioned slobber knocker because Atkins is a very physical football team this year. Mayflower was obviously a football.
I think I might have said quarterback got injured, but it was a running back.
It was Martin Crawford injured. Yes, sir.
Hey, David chimed in, said defense was on the field for 95% of the game, and that's not sustainable. Yeah, nope. He's right. It's 6-7 at the half, and when your defense stays on the second. Yeah, well, David had to. Thanks for making me do that, jerk. No, just kidding. Sorry, buddy. He's right. When your defense is on the field that long, just good luck. How are you going to win?
Fordyce taking on Jesseville. We got Atkins moving on past Prescott.
And we do.
Yeah,
you do.
And then Fordyce moving on past Jesseville, Charleston, and Barton. That's an all-name game right there. But we got Fordyce and Charleston matching up in round 2. And then Smack over Hackett, Mayflower over Harmony Grove, Washita County, which would set up a heck of a second round in the 3A. Now, that's the thing. And if you look at all these playoff matchups, round 1, awesome. Round 2 is going to be unbelievable up and down the state. I'm talking about great matchups all the way through. We'll start with Rivercrest and Boonville. I got Boonville moving past Rivercrest. I already said that. 6-4 is a little bit deceiving with Boonville. I think they're a pretty good football team. Glenrose and Atkins. I like Atkins. I just feel like Atkins is they're tougher. That's my opinion. I feel like Atkins is just a little bit tougher than Glenrose. And I know Atkins has got to go on the road to Prescott, and they've got to go on the road to Glenrose if they're going to be able to do that.
Got to go to Beaver Country. They got to blow up the dam and get a win, right?
David says Boonville is a stud team. He says it's a 50-50 ball game. That's an old-school game right there, Boonville and Atkins. Fordyce and Charleston. I've got Charleston moving on past Fordyce.
Too much in the tank.
Round 2 there. I think Charleston's
if
really
we
good.
rewind 10 weeks, I don't think we're picking.
No, sir, not at all. In fact, if you look at our preseason stuff there, we kind of picked Fordyce to win it. We thought Fordyce might win the whole thing.
What we saw week 1 against Monticello, a 4A team. I mean, one thing we did talk about, and I talked to you about this because of the interviews we did, the hometown sports interviews. We interviewed them over at Camden Fairview. Was the players, they really want to go with a spread, and Coach Rogers, he wants to get in that wing T top
Right.
offense, and that's what happened in that game. They came out in a spread. Monticello gets up 14-0, and he takes them and say, "Hey, let's
Right.
get back to do what we do, what we know works," and they couldn't stop it at Monticello. And that was a difference. And then, of course, injuries played a factor for Fordyce. So it's all about the Fordyce we get. If we get the Fordyce that I know we can see,
So athletic.
I think they can take down Charleston. I really do. So, but it's going to be.
Well, what
we'll
an
talk about that
unreal
in my
matchup
bracket
there in
more.
round 2. That's unreal. Smackover and Mayflower is a dichotomy of two different styles of teams. You got Smackover, a very offensive team. Mayflower, a very defensive team. Who's going to come out of that one? Well, we have Mayflower in that one coming out. We also have Charleston over – I have Charleston over Mayflower, or Charleston over Fordyce. So in my quarterfinals, I have Boonville, Atkins, Charleston, Mayflower in the bottom of the bracket. And I've got Boonville taking out Atkins just because that's a hard game, number one. As you said, a 50-50 game, I could see that for sure. But if you got to go to Boonville and you got to win a game at Boonville in the quarterfinals, that's very hard. And then Charleston and Mayflower, again, another dichotomy of styles there. I like Charleston. And then Boonville and Charleston matching up in the semifinals, which would be, wild. They matched up in the finals 3 years ago, and their matchup in the semifinals in this one, I've got Charleston in that one. David said, I wanted the 2 seed for the boys, but I said to myself 3 seeds is a lot better draw. So,
yeah, let's go to Alan and get his thoughts
Yeah.
on your bracket and some of these games.
I was listening. I was getting stay here and study. Yeah, I've seen Rivercrest first year at Cosmo, and they got down 30 to game, and the fight is back against the good Cosmo, and we know that Cosmo team's pretty solid in the 4A.
yeah.
So they were able to come back, make it a game. Play Cosmo was able to put it away. So I seen the fight. Rivercrest team had fight. So I like that. Now here later in the year, they got 2 losses, but Boonville, man, I'm with you on Boonville. Hard with their tradition, and I know some of the guys talked about this, but with Boonville and River, get Boonville equipment. I think Boonville handles equipment.
Yeah.
In my opinion, on that, and then they would have to go to Rivercrest. To me, the difference in that game would be is Rivercrest could get Boonville uncomfortable situation, couple touchdown lead. Boonville doesn't really play from behind, but if Boonville could get Rivercrest in first time play and make Rivercrest play high ball game, ball game, I could see Boonville pulling that as well. So that one's really tough for that second round there. Glen Rose, Harris, Rose big, and Prescott, Atkins. I think Atkins is pretty comfortably. Here's the thing you have to consider: Fordyce, Jesse. If Jesse hurt Cadillac last, correct?
Right. Yeah, it was where he broke his leg. That's
So,
correct.
So yes, they hurt Cadillac last year. So there's that revenge factor. Fordyce beat Jesse. But look for Fordyce, Jesseville apart, and Charleston, Bart. Back in the day, you pick Bart. But we in the nowadays, Charleston are rolling that one. Smack over a roll over Mayflower, roll over. So if we go back to the top, that leaves us. It's going to have Boonville at Rivercrest. A little bit about that one. I'm going to tell you, I just think Rivercrest at home, and over Boonville, but go either way.
Yeah.
Glen Rose,
Yeah, for sure.
Glen Rose Atkins to defense just much for Glen Rose. My opinion on that. Here's one of those matches, Brad, in second round, Fordyce will host Charleston, correct?
Nope, we're losing you, Alan.
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Are you
Yeah,
on
I'm
speaker?
saying Fordyce will host Charleston, correct?
Fordyce will host Charleston, yes.
Yes.
Okay, so in that, I'll take Fordyce in that one. I think at home, they'll
Yeah.
be much for Charleston. Then another great matchup at the bottom here, Dover and Mayflower. Defense travels. We all know that.
Yep.
That Mayflower defense comes up, so I'll take Mayflower. And that, where does that put us? It puts us at
You got Rivercrest and Atkins in the semis.
Rivercrest,
or quarters.
and that'll be at Rivercrest.
It'll be at Rivercrest, yes.
And defense travels, I think. I'll take Atkins over.
So you got Atkins in the semis.
Okay, and now you got
Yes, sir.
you got Fordyce versus Mayflower at
Oh
Fordyce.
man. Okay, give me Mayflower.
Okay.
Again, defense. They held Salem 12 points. I know both teams left points on the field that night, but Mayflower's defense, even though they lost the game, I feel like they proved to a lot of people they were real deal that night.
So you have in the semifinals, you have Atkins versus Mayflower, rematch.
Yes, sir.
Which would be at Mayflower again.
Yes, sir.
Would be at Atkins,
And-
wouldn't it?
No, Atkins is the lower seed. Even though they'd be on the top of the bracket, they'd be still be the road team. So who would you have in that one?
Give me Mayflower. They're a little better defensive, proved in the last game. So I've got Mayflower in the rock.
We got a Atkins guy in the chat right now. He says he thinks he'd like it to see a rematch with Mayflower. He thinks he feels good about that one. And, Atkins is a good football team, no doubt about it. And then you've got Salem and you've got Mayflower in the championship. We'll go to that in a minute. Let's get Duran's picks up here now.
Yeah, my bracket's a lot different than Brad's, this lower half. But I think a little bit closer with you, Alan, on this.
Is that it? Yeah.
No. Oh, is it? Okay. Okay, yep, that's it. Yep, that's correct. Yep. So I've got Rivercrest over Boonville. Let's talk about that one a little bit. Rivercrest has been playing really good. They had some tough games early on, like Alan talked about. They showed some fight. They lost at Gosnell by 10, and we know how good Gosnell is this year. They beat the 2-seed, EPC, which is most people's top 2A team. They beat them 48-46 in a barn burner. They lost to Forest City, stepping up in class again, but a similar score. This time they lost, though, 58-56. After that, they really rode. I mean, they beat Newport by 10, jumped all over Harrisburg, who's in the playoffs, beat Hoxie. Hoxie was a close game, closer than maybe a lot thought. Beat Walnut Ridge by 16, beat Osceola by 13, and then they really rode over Manila and Pickett to finish the season. So they're on a roll. When you got a guy named Jaden Young, you can do so much for your team. I really think he's a major problem.
Now, he is injured, though.
Is he injured?
Now.
I didn't know that. But
they've got what's the kid's name that stepped in? They ain't missed a beat. Is it Dax? What is that kid's name? Latham.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Latham.
Yeah.
What that's his last name.
My thoughts on Boonville are just, this year, this was that big group that we've covered Boonville off and on over the years, and this was that big group that's finally seniors. And I really expected them to even though they're 6-4, and I think they are better than they look at 6-4 for sure. I hate this matchup for them in the second round because I do think they go past Quitman, but I really hate this matchup. It could go either way for them, Boonville or Rivercrest. I did pick Rivercrest, but Boonville has a lot of talent. Those guys, for whatever reason this year, I thought they would be better than they've done. And Charleston's just had their number. Mansfield's had their number, but those are also really good teams.
And those were good games, too. They weren't blowouts.
And they were close. And I just thought Boonville, with that senior class and how much talent they got, and they've got those 2 or 3 kids that kind of interchange at quarterback and wing back and running back, I just thought they'd find a way to at least win one of those. And the fact that they didn't was my factor. Now that I didn't know that Jaden Young was hurt, even though Latham's come in and really played well, that might have played a role when I picked it. But I'm going Rivercrest, being that it's at Rivercrest. Second round, I got Glen Rose over Harrisburg. I got Atkins over Prescott. Atkins and Glen Rose. We've seen Glen Rose. We've seen Atkins. We haven't done the Atkins. We haven't actually had them on ASN Game of the Week, but we did Glen Rose. But we're in the Atkins area, so we definitely know a lot about that program and have seen them here and there. That's going to be a great game. I do think Atkins is the more physical team. I think if they can put behind them this last loss against Mayflower and just kind of put that to bed and come out rolling, I think Glen Rose does a lot of things to you. A lot of motions. They really make it tough defensively, but I think if Atkins can win the line of scrimmage, which I think they will, they're gonna be just fine there. So I think Atkins moves on. Fordyce Charleston, definitely. I mean, other than Rivercrest Boonville, that's the hardest pick for me in the second round. If we get the Fordyce that I think we can get, I think they can definitely beat Charleston. It's at Fordyce.
Shoot, they can win it all.
They can. I agree. They've got the talent. For whatever reason, they've got some things. Just losing to Lakeside, I know they had all the fumbles and the quarterback was hurt, Cadillac. But then there was some other games in there where I think it was Rising. And I'm not trying to be a big-time score comparison guy because you can't really go off that much. But Rising was a very close game, and then it seems like the next week somebody blew Rising out. I think it was Lakeside.
Yeah, they missed the playoffs.
And just some odd stuff, kind of like Boonville this year. There's just some things in there where you're like, man, what's going on here? Like I thought they would do a little bit better on some of these games. So I've got Charleston. I picked Charleston to upset Fordyce. Well, a lot of people wouldn't consider that an upset, but I've got Charleston. I think they're playing really well. I think they're a team that kind of is a little bit unsung this year.
Right.
Kind of like Elkins is in 4A. And then Smackover and Mayflower. Smackover's quarterback's back. They're a really good team when they've got everything, no injuries, and they're rolling. But I think Mayflower's defense is too good. They've got too much speed outside. I think Mayflower finds a way to get that win. Quarterfinals here. I've got Rivercrest and Atkins. It easily could be Boonville and Atkins. I'm taking Atkins to win that game. And I really hate for Atkins that they lost their star running back, Mason Martin.
The one thing I will say,
does he have any chance to come back this year?
No, he's done. But I'll tell you that if Atkins is able to pull that off, just knowing that they got to go on the road to Prescott, they got to go on the road to Glen Rose,
right.
Then they just go on the road to Rivercrest. When you think about that, if you had said to somebody at the first of the year that you're going to have to win the state championship and you're going to have to go to Prescott, you're going to have to go to Glen Rose, you're going to have to go to Rivercrest, and then eventually you're going to have to go to Charleston, Mayflower.
Yeah.
They're just no way.
No way, right? To start the year, I had Atkins as about a number 8. That was probably where I would have put them. And then after the first 3 or 4 weeks, I think they're a legit top 4 team in 3A. And then the injury happened, and I still obviously got them into the Final Four, which I said, they're a fringe team going into the Final Four, in my opinion. But I think they get the win over Rivercrest. And then Charleston, Mayflower, man, that's going to be – if that game comes about, that's going to be an unreal game. Now, Mayflower would have to go to Charleston, correct?
That's right.
And so that's kind of my decider on that. I think Charleston – they're kind of like Boonville, that no one plays tougher. Bismarck's in that same category. Salem is there. Mansfield for sure. Atkins another one. Really, when you get really good, there's very few teams that you can't say that about.
Right.
But I would go with Charleston. That could easily be Mayflower. I'm a big fan of Mayflower after seeing them in person, but I'm going Charleston to come out of this bottom bracket.
All right, so let's move to our finalists here, and I'll let Justin get them up there. We'll go with mine. My finalist is Mansfield versus Charleston. And again, my thing right now is I just feel like Mansfield is the best team. That's all I've got, really. Mansfield, to me, is the best team in 3A. And, they're playing the best. And that's hard to say because, number one, Salem's so good, Bismarck's so good. They're all so good. There's so many good teams. You're talking about Atkins.
Salem fans are going to say it's hard to say that they're playing better than we are.
You're right, and they beat Quitman
so
to death, right? They beat Quitman to death, 60-15.
Right.
So Mansfield versus Charleston. I've got Mansfield winning it all. Alan, you have you have Salem versus Mayflower in the rematch that we did earlier this year.
No, it's Bismarck.
You got Bismarck versus Mayflower?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So,
Bismarck beating Salem. Yes, sir.
okay, so you got Bismarck winning it all.
Yes, I think Bismarck does travel, but when you get out there in that championship game, the fact that what's going to help Bismarck again, we just last year, I think the familiarity of what to do. I think whatever coach feels like he can do different this time to prepare his team for the advance, I think he will do that. So, yeah, I think in the long run, Bismarck wins it all.
Duran, you've got Salem versus Charleston.
Yeah, do I?
I think that's what you got.
Yes, and I had Bismarck beating Mansfield. I think on that one, going back to the semis there, or that's the quarters actually. Right. The difference to me is Birch is when they played him the first game of the year. He's a sophomore quarterback.
Yeah, that's true.
And he's really
don't even think he was playing at that time.
Right. I think they might have started Hughes.
I think they might have.
Never got 100% clarification on that, but Hughes was the guy, Preston, that came in last year when they had to play Prescott. And, Prescott was amazing last year, and they got that win at Bismarck with the backup quarterback because Ben was out with a little bit of shoulder issues. That's what got me to get Mansfield out of there. I just think, easily I could pick Mansfield.
Yeah, it's 100%.
But so it comes down to Bismarck and Salem, and I just think Salem has just a little bit more overall. And, I've become a big fan of all these teams, but we've done a lot of Bismarck games, and it's just I think it's a dominant and rough little town. It's kind of nestled in between Lake Catherine or Lake Hamilton and DeGray Lake, and it's just a kind of a, it's not a football-rich place, except for recently the last 5 years or so. It's just you kind of, when you cover teams a lot, you get a little bit of a, you see more into those teams. You get a little bit better perspective. It's hard to pick against them because they play so hard, and they've got enough talent too, and it's talent that shocks people at times. The speed especially. But I think Salem, with the all the guys back from winning a state championship already, if Bismarck clips Mansfield and gets to that game, I think Salem will have enough to win it, and that puts me with Charleston getting past Fordyce and getting past Mayflower, which could easily not happen.
Yeah, right.
And Charleston and Salem in the finals, and I'm picking Salem. Salem's just, they're hard-nosed. They've got the lines to go with the skill guys and Brink, and I can't remember the bigger fullback they got that they give the ball to a lot, and a pretty good quarterback as well. Yeah. But I just think Salem, with their head coach being the OC last year and also being a Hall of Fame coach in the state of Missouri, coached 19 seasons there, I think he's got it all dialed in. I think Salem has enough to get it done. They're my pick overall.
There you go.
All right.
Well, Alan, you got anything to add?
That's go wrong with my opinion. That's a solid pick.
Yeah. Well, yeah, really, there's so many teams in the 3 and the 4A that can win it all, and it's wide open, no doubt about it. It's wide open. Well, go ahead.
You had Mansfield.
I did.
I have Salem. And Alan, who'd you end up
Bismarck.
with? Bismarck.
I got Bismarck.
Justin, you got to say on the 3A final?
Oh, buddy.
It's tough.
It is. The 3A is just so stacked. My goodness.
Yeah.
Here's my thoughts. So if Mansfield gets there, it's because they saw their volleyball girls get that state title a couple weeks ago, and they want a taste of that.
Yeah.
If Salem gets there, it's just because they're just that much better than everybody else, and why are we even having the conversation? But Bismarck could beat them, any of them too. It's insane how good this is. Oh gosh. I'm going to go Mansfield myself because like Brad said, they're playing exceptional right now.
Right.
And, Yeah, any team could beat anybody in this out of those top 4, but I think Mansfield's got too much.
Plus, they got home field advantage.
Yeah, they got home field advantage too, and that's going to help them out big time.
David says, y'all are great guys. My boy loves listening to y'all. If y'all come out, watch for number 60, Dayton Rawlings, and that defensive line, MR, Mr. TFL,
Hey, by the
a.k.a.
way,
the Pit Bull.
By the way, Rollins, Dover's got school choice, just so you know.
I'll see you next week. Yeah, hey, who knows, man? We'll see what happens. I like you guys against Prescott for sure.
Yep.
And
It's hard for me to pick against the Curly Wolves because, South Arkansas and all, but, yeah, I'm picking them.
if Atkins got a better draw, to me, that would help them so much. Again, when you think about having to go on the road, but
The Glen Rose game's going to be a good one.
the thing that you have to do in that situation is you have to take it one game at a time. Don't look ahead, just one game at a time.
And you can't look back either.
I mean,
Because you got
Rawlings says no to your Dover.
I know.
Here's another kicker. Mayflower is only giving up 4.5 points a game. That's
crazy.
Insane, exceptional
Wow.
defense. It's incredible. The 45 points all season long.
Yeah.
Just what do you do with that? I mean, how do you count that against them at all with the season they've had? Yeah, they've lost to Salem, but whatever.
Right.
Salem still didn't score that much on them.
David, I know you were a pirate. That's why I said that, to be honest with you. I played alumni football with your brother, but y'all are a little bit younger than me. But, yeah. Anyways. But
Duran the man, Dover man, that's for sure.
What is the saying?
That's
Dover born, Dover bred.
Dover bred, Dover born.
Yeah, David, I
Dead
know
if we
you
Dover
too.
dead.
I graduated from Pottsville from 03. I've known you for years, and your brother.
Dover born, Dover bred. When he dies, he'll be Dover dead.
I mean, technically speaking, I'm part pirate too, because the first 7 years of my life, I did technically live in Dover.
Oh, Lord help us.
So
Well, you can find a connection to anything. All right, Alan, I'm going to let you go,
It's
man.
connected to Lamar as
We're
well.
going to move on to 5A, 6A, 7A. Appreciate you.
Oh, we're not done? We're not going home?
No. I'm going
Yes, sir.
to bring Zach Arns on here in just a little bit.
Yes, sir. Thanks for having me.
Yes,
as a part
sir.
of this.
All right, bro. We'll see you.
See you, buddy.
See you.
All right. Let me see if I can get Zach.
It's already 9 o'clock. Holy cow!
Is it really?
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
We're 2
Man,
hours and 18 minutes into this.
I know one
I
thing.
literally thought it was like 7:15, 7:30.
I know one thing. I'm going to go to IHOP or something after. I'm hungry.
Imagine you are.
I am.
And Chester
Starting to become a pirate. Peg leg over here.
Yeah.
I'll hop over.
Right.
All right.
I'm just waiting on Zach. Let me see what Zach says. Yeah, I knew this was going to be a long deal here.
Wrong one.
Knew it was going to be a long deal. All right, he says he's good to go. Let's move on to 5A. I'm going to bring Zach on right now.
Yes, sir.
Hey, man.
What's up?
Well, we're on, and we're getting into 5A. If you want to stay on, you just stay on. You stay on as long as you want. We've been at this now for 2.5 hours.
Wow.
Yeah, and we're going all the way through it.
No breaks.
No breaks, and we're starting on 5A right now.
We're like the Chad Morris of high school football.
Right. we're going to try to go. We're going to try to go through this a little quicker. But I know one of the reasons I brought you on for 5A was because you're into it. Number one, I mean, you see how deep 5A is, and yeah, it's crazy. And so we're going to talk a little bit about it. And like I said, we'll try to go a little quicker here than we have because, well, there's less games. So that may help us.
Okay, you can hear me okay. I'm driving home right now. I'll pull this when I get home. I'll just switch over to my phone. But you can hear me okay?
Yeah, everything's good. Everything's good.
Cool.
All right. Well, let's start out with Robinson and Camden Fairview. We have talked on your show quite a bit about that. I feel like Robinson is the team to beat in 5A, and I don't think, while Camden Fairview is a good 4-seeded team, the interesting part about this is not necessarily this game, but just the fact that the Central and the South are matched up with each other, which makes for really, really good first-round games.
It's one of those anomaly years, and you get, like I was told today, Joe T could possibly walk backwards to Little Rock. But there are a couple of stumbling blocks on the way to it. But the bottom half of that bracket is incredible. You're going to have to run the gauntlet just to get to Little Rock for the opportunity to possibly play a Joe T. Robinson or a Hot Springs, or if somebody just gets hot. But when you look at that whole thing, I mean, 1 through 4 in each of those leagues, man, that's as good a tournament as you're ever going to get in Arkansas high school football.
Oh,
it is
yeah.
Any one of those teams can spring an upset.
Yeah, for sure. Duran, if you get something, just jump in here. I got Duran Miller with me. He's one of my guys, and Justin Smith as well. He's one of my guys here as well. So you're talking to all of us, plus those that are watching right now, which are not very many because we're doing this as a member-only type of deal. But we will bring this out later on Friday, I guess. But we'll see. I got to get permission from these that are actually paying for this thing. But anyway, we got Robinson moving on against Camden Fairview. Farmington and Harding Academy, I think that Farmington, I feel like they're going to move on in this one. Tell them what they won, folks. They get a chance to play against Robinson.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I have a general rule when it comes to the playoffs. Every 50 miles that you have to travel is about 2 points for the home team. You got to make that trip from Searcy all the way up to Farmington. That's a long bus ride.
It is.
And it's hard to get yourself off that bus and make that adjustment. The really good teams can do it. Harding Academy is one of those teams, but man, I saw Farmington earlier in the year. I really liked them. I mean, that's one of those programs that sort of evolved. They're getting the spillover from Fayetteville. They're getting a ton of great athletes, and that's a team that's going to be in this spot again and again and again. I think they win the game, but I haven't watched a ton of Harding Academy, but I do like what Farmington has.
Right, I agree with you. I think Farmington moves on past Harding Academy, but unfortunately, they've got Robinson sitting there because I definitely think Robinson takes care of Fairview. Fairview we had earlier in the year, first game of the year this year, actually. No, second game. Second game we had them against El Dorado. El Dorado playing really well right now in the 6A and took care of business that night. But Camden, we kind of were worried about them, but they've actually kind of righted the ship as the season's gone out. Now, they had to play Hot Springs and Parkview at the end, and that didn't help them. But definitely got Robinson moving on. And, yeah, Farmington, I mean, like you said, a lot of spillover from Fayetteville, a lot of athletes. They're pretty good. I mean, I was able to interview Coach Tice last year before the season, and they've definitely got a chance to make some noise in this game. I do think Robinson is just too tough in the end.
Hot Springs and BB, there's not a lot to talk about in this one. I think Hot Springs is good enough to win that one, although BB is a good 4 seed coming out of the Central. They have played a tough schedule, played Searcy pretty well at the end of the regular season there, but I think Hot Springs is probably too much in this one.
Yeah, they got the Bishop kid.
I actually had a chance.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, I had a chance to listen to one of our affiliates on ESPN Arkansas is the Hot Springs radio call. And I had a chance to listen to Coach Burnett's radio show today, which will air on Friday. He's worried. He thinks they're better up front than maybe some of the teams they've seen recently, but he's got some concerns. I think Hot Springs is a better team, but there's some genuine concern going on with Hot Springs Trojans.
Yeah, I do like Hot Springs overall, like you said. But, if they haven't played a team that's as big as BB is up front or as physical, that could definitely play a role, something they got to be ready for. They got the Bishop kid that came over from Malvern. We saw him a couple years ago. He was just a sophomore then, but he's really turned it up and polished up and really led the Trojans this year to a very successful team. And they're going to be tough to beat whoever – meets up with them. Looks like it'll probably end up being Morrilton if they keep moving on eventually. But I've got Hot Springs in that one.
Got Hot Springs moving on. Morrilton and Nettleton, I like Morrilton. This is the road team, Morrilton being the 3 seed out of the West. I think the East-West matchup favors the West in that, and I like Morrilton in that with an opportunity to play Hot Springs. I actually heard some folks from Morrilton talk the other day, and they were actually a little bit happy by the fact that they didn't have to play Robinson in round 2, and they actually got a little better draw because they lost that game. And that 1-point loss did put them on the road, but they put it on the road against Nettleton, and then they get a chance to play Hot Springs. in round 2 versus playing Robinson, and I think that's a good trade-off.
Brad, you know this. I talk to Zach Clark almost every week, and that is he thinks a lot of Morrilton. He really does. He thinks a ton of them. He thinks they're one of those teams that could pull an upset and make a run.
You still there?
Yes, sir. I'm still here.
Okay.
Sorry about that. We just walked in the house. My daughter is like making hand signals. I have no idea what she's trying to signal.
Oh, you too?
Yeah.
We're getting ready for a basketball tournament tomorrow, and she's like giving me all these hand signals.
Right.
It looks like she's directed traffic.
I need you to wash my jersey down.
Right.
I think that's actually what it was, but I'm not 100% sure.
We can't find it. I've had those days too. So.
Well, I agree. I agree with Coach Clark. I think offensively, especially, Morrilton is a special team offensively. Now, I think they do lack a little bit defensively this year. I know that this was early in the year, but they gave up 29 to Russellville. Russellville was a poor offensive team this year. And so the defense doesn't travel as well, but I think they've got enough on the offensive side to win that ball game, get a chance to play Hot Springs. And would you agree with that?
Yeah, I agree. I think Morrilton gets it done against Nettleton, and I really like the quarterback. I don't know why his name is escaping me right now. The record breaker.
Yeah, Maddox.
Maddox. What is it? Barry. Maddox Barry.
Yeah.
And but yeah, I mean that's going to be a great matchup with them in Hot Springs in week 2. I mean that's to me. I think Hot Springs has enough. Hot Springs goes 9-1 this year. Their only loss was to Arkadelphia. I mean they've really been rolling. They got a big win.
I think Arkadelphia came back in that game too.
Yeah, and we talked about 4A already before you got on, Zach. But Arkadelphia is trying to get their second in a row this year. They've got at least 5 borderline Division I top guys, like and a couple serious guys, and I think they might be as deep as 8 or 9 guys that could play on the next level. But yeah, I mean they got a big win over Lakeside last week. They took on Camden Fairview, who made the playoffs by 21. I mean, they're rolling right now, but Morrilton could definitely pull an upset. That offense is dynamic, explosive. Hot Springs will have their hands full, but going to Hot Springs, that would give me like a 6-point. I think Hot Springs by 6 in that one, if I had to put down a score on it.
Well, moving on, we're going to go to Valley View Harrison. That one is an interesting matchup. I think Valley View's got enough to win it, but that again, you're talking about a 4 seed. Harrison is a physical football team. I think that Valley View is probably going to win that ball game, especially being at Valley View. But I like them, but I think Harrison can give them a little bit of trouble.
I don't know how y'all like. I've seen Harrison a couple of times through the years. We played them at Springdale 2 years in a row. That's one of those teams like their physicality travels, and if you're not on your game, you can get beat and they can catch you. I don't know that this is a vintage Harrison team. But to me, if you're physical, especially on the defensive line in your front 7, you can give a lot of teams a lot of trouble, especially if you don't see each other. You don't have a lot of familiarity with a lot of these teams. And Valley View, again, I talked to Zach Clark about a lot of the 5A. They saw them earlier in the year. He likes Valley View, but Cersei had more trouble with Harrison than they did with Valley View. And I found that interesting just in talking with Zach. He's like, that front 7's nasty, and they can flat get after you.
Yeah, I think that's true.
Yeah, if you bring that kind of physicality in, if you can just get a few turnovers go your way, anything can happen for sure in playoff football.
And the East is probably of the conferences the weakest conference, and it's actually not close, I don't think. And don't get me wrong, I like Valley View. I think Valley View's a good team, and I think Coach Cockrell does a good job over there. But when you talk about being playoff tested, you go through the conference and you're just playing – teams that aren't that great, it does hurt you in the end. So Valley View's going to have to get ready for a physical matchup against Harrison. And I think one that Harrison's got an opportunity to win. Parkview taking on Maumelle. This game was already earlier this year. They matched up, and Parkview won easily. I think they won like 55-0. I mean, it was 43-0. It was a wild score there, and Parkview won. Zach, the one thing that I can tell you, I really think that Parkview is starting to play well at the right time, and they're kind of scary.
Yeah, great news for the 5A. Hey, Parkview's rounded into form. The one thing about them is they've got the athletes, and it's when they pull it all together, they're I mean, they're one of the best teams in I think not just 5A, but in the state. When they get it all going in the right direction,
Mm-hmm.
they're the worst nightmare for a lot of these, the ones and twos, because if Parkview gets it rolling, you're in trouble because they can match up with you. I mean, man to man, they can win individual battles across, the offensive line, wide receivers, all that kind of stuff. You got to catch them on a bad night, and by God, if they're grounded into form, that's one of those teams that could spring a couple upsets and send some people home.
And Coach Bolden, he's always done just a fabulous job of getting the team to play right at the right time. Bobby didn't actually, or Brad didn't actually win state until Bobby joined that crew, and they went to the next level together. They were unbeatable, really. And that's no disrespect to Brad, because Brad's amazing. Obviously, he's got North Little Rock back in the playoffs in year one, and we know how far that North Little Rock had fell. But Parkview, the last 2 weeks, took down Camden Fairview 40-21, a Camden team that had been playing much better. And then they beat Lakeside the week before that when, earlier in the year, Lakeside looked like they might win the whole conference. They're a really good team. So they are rolling right now, and I don't think Maumelle has a chance in that game. I think Parkview wins that, and then I'm going to take Parkview over Valley View if Valley View is able to get past Harrison, and that's no disrespect to Valley View. I just think they're running into a lot of talent that they don't see week in and week out.
Greenbrier and Batesville, there's not a lot of question in my mind. Greenbrier undefeated, and really, the question is Greenbrier or Searcy or Lakeside down there at the bottom, which Searcy and Lakeside is going to be an interesting matchup, and I know you got something to say about that, Zach, but I'm going to let you talk before Zach, because Zach talks to Zach Clark all the time. Yeah. And talks to him about Searcy. So get your words in now.
I'm real high.
Yeah, I think Greenbrier will roll through Batesville. I don't think that's going to be a question. But when it comes to Searcy and Lakeside, in talking with Zach, he's like, hey, we just had one of the best years in recent memory at Searcy. Congratulations, you get to go play Lakeside. And not really the first round matchup that I think they were looking for. I think Searcy's got more talent, but it's one of those things. That's a young team without a lot of experience. Their quarterback's a little dinged up. It could be one of those things that could be a lot closer than maybe a lot of people think it is. Lakeside's a really, really good football team, and they're coming off a loss that stings. They just lost to their arch rival, two teams that hate each other, and now you got to go into the playoffs. That's going to be a team that comes in really, really upset. But for Searcy, it's all about the offense. Can you put up points in that young defense, man? That's a lot of juniors, a lot of sophomores on that side of the football. If they play their game, they'll be okay. It's just how do they react when the lights are a little bit brighter?
Searcy seems to be a year ahead of schedule. Do they not?
Very much so.
Yes. Yeah, and both these teams have a similar loss to Robinson on the schedule, which that's everybody kind of does that played Robinson, but. This is one of the best games that you're going to see in the first round in the whole state in any classification. This is a hard pick for me because Lakeside is very good, Searcy's very good, and like y'all just said, Searcy may be a year ahead of where they should be right now. It's at Searcy. I think that's going to help the Lions somehow find a way in a very tough matchup, but. Early on, that Harrison game you were talking about earlier, Zach, is they won that 19-7. Searcy did. They took down Valley View 37-27 the week before that. I feel like they have gotten better as the year's gone on. The margins of victory, other than Maumelle, have really kind of grown, and then obviously the Robinson loss. But I think they're on a roll, and I think Lakeside, like you did just say, they just lost to their arch rival by 2.
Yeah, but look at who they're playing. I mean, they lost to Parkview by 2. They lost to Hot Springs by 2. So it's not like
really good.
I mean, the wins before that, 48-8, 69-14, 28-14, 34-6. I mean, they were playing very well. But, they do have 2 losses going in, but one to Hot Springs and one to Parkview, and they're both, by a combined 4 points.
Going to Searcy, give them a 2-point advantage there.
Yeah.
It's 2 points per 50 miles.
That's a 4A rule. I don't know if that travels up into the 5A, but I go with it.
So I think I'm going to go with Searcy myself, but it's going to be a tough matchup there. I'll take Searcy. You got Searcy?
I want to. I think Lakeside's schedule is a little bit tougher. I'm going to have to go Lakeside just barely, but I could easily see Searcy winning this at home.
Justin, you're the tiebreak.
Oh, don't. I give the tiebreak to Zach.
I'll tell you this, and Zach told me this a long time ago. And I mean, he's coached, he played at Fayetteville, he's played in some of the biggest environments. He said there's no home environment when it's revved up like Searcy. That game at Searcy gives Searcy just a little bit of an edge. He really thinks that place creates a home field advantage for him like none other.
Yeah, well, I like it too. It's hard to go against the home team in the playoffs.
If you're a Cersei fan listening to this, you got to love to hear that.
Right. Robinson Farmington, I like Robinson in this one, and nothing against Farmington. Number one, Farmington has struggled a little bit defensively. They're walking into a hornet's nest. It's real similar to what they walked into last year with Parkview in the finals. I think that Robinson, again, I've said all year long, Robinson's the best team in 5A, and I don't think that anything right now is going to prove that any different than what I think.
I think you're part of the Robinson Invitational, at least in that top half of the bracket. I mean, they're going to have to stub their toe and play their C game for somebody to catch them. They're just so dynamic, both sides of the ball, really. I think you're going to have to catch them on and off night, which is possible. I mean, we're into the playoffs. Anything can happen. But I think, Robinson's worst enemy is Robinson at this point. I think they're the only ones that can really slow them down.
Yep, I totally agree. I really like Farmington, but I think Robinson's way too tough in this one.
Moving on, we've got Hot Springs and Morrilton. I think this is an intriguing matchup here. Again, when you look at this, it could be home field advantage there. I think this is probably going to be a shootout if they play each other. You're talking about really good offenses. I think Hot Springs definitely has a defense that can maybe slow Morrilton down, which is why I probably give Hot Springs a little bit of an advantage there. Hot Springs is big and they're physical. And I think that they've had a really, really good year. I think that they are riding that high right now and getting a couple games at home in the playoffs. I think they've got an opportunity. I will say, of everybody that's on the bracket, maybe besides Parkview, Hot Springs might be able to match up with Robinson physically, and that may be able to give them a game.
I'm conflicted here because I think a lot of Coach Burnett at Hot Springs, but man, Morrilton can just score.
Yeah.
And it's one of those things like, you get into a shootout, especially in November, weather might be bad, you might get rain, snow, sleet, whatever. Teams that can put up points and can run the football a little bit, I think you get a significant advantage. I think Morrilton's on. I think they're on there. I think I'm looking for that upset, kind of circle that game. And Morrilton's been a team I've kept an eye on all year. Give me Morrilton.
Yeah.
I could be wrong, but I like what Morrilton has.
Yeah, I do too. I can't argue with you there. I just feel like that Hot Springs might have a little bit too much, but I'm looking at Hot Springs scores right now, and they will give up some points.
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. That's very, very true.
I agree with what you're saying. Both of you are saying. Morrilton could easily pull an upset here. I think Hot Springs, top to bottom, I think they've got a few more impressive wins, over Parkview, over Lakeside. I'm going to give Hot Springs the advantage being at home, just barely. But Maddox Berry and that Morrilton Devil Dog offense could definitely run it up, and they could find a way to win this game. They definitely could.
Valley View, Parkview. Again, it's Valley View, the 1 seed. Congratulations. You get a Parkview team as a 2 seed that is playing very, very well. And I've got to give it to Parkview at this point. I don't see – right now I feel like that I think that unless Valley View's better than I thought that they are, I feel like Parkview will go into that game in Jonesboro and win.
I feel like Parkview overwhelms them with talent. And it's one of those things. You just don't see those kind of athletes every day, and it gets to be overwhelming. And I think they just sort of – it becomes a surge in the first half. One score becomes 2, a turnover becomes 3, and suddenly you're down 21. That feels like where Parkview's headed.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, totally agree.
Moving on to Greenbrier. Greenbrier 10-0, probably 11-0 after this week. I like Greenbrier a lot. I think they could play for a state title.
Yes.
I think they're that good. Although, they did almost stub their toe last week against the rival Valonia, which you know how it is with rivalries,
Shocker.
right? I mean, it's you throw out all of the records when it comes to that.
They got a name for that one? Greenbrier and
no, I don't know. battle of
Faulkner County.
two really good teams. I don't know.
Corny.
Greenbrier, I like Greenbrier against Searcy. I know that hurts you a little bit with Clark, but I think Greenbrier may be a little bit too much for them.
Let me ask you this, and this is just, and I don't watch the 5 as probably as closely as I should. They're 10-0.
Yeah.
They'd be 11-0 at this point. Do you question the schedule a little bit? Teams they played. Do we know anything about them against top-notch competition?
That's a good question, and I would say that the Lions have definitely played a better schedule overall than what Greenbrier has.
Right. Easily.
Yeah, I don't think that that's even a question. I do think that they have a guy named Enoch Hassan who is legit, a very, very good player, right at almost 2,000 yards. I think he's a difference maker. But, it's one of those things that I've questioned here with a lot of teams is how tested are you when you get into the playoffs? They've got a 48-38 victory over Farmington. They got a 52-21 victory over Morrilton. Those were earlier in the season. Then they've got this run of Alma, Pea Ridge, Harrison. Harrison's the best of that bunch right there, Valonia, and they almost stubbed their toe against Valonia. So could be one of those games that, you never know. I mean, obviously Searcy's a good football team, and that's going to be another match up there for Searcy that is going to be one of the better ones in the state.
Right, and I've got, and Searcy's got their hands full with Lakeside in
Right.
round 1. That could be either one of those teams in my book. Yeah, I mean, Greenbrier definitely 10-0, but like Zach brought up, I mean, I don't think they have played as tough a schedule as Searcy has. So that's going to play a role. It will be at Greenbrier, though. What do you think, Zach?
This comes down to, what happens when you get punched in the mouth and you actually face some adversity. I'm looking at their scores now. I mean, they blew people out. Took care of business against a lot of teams. Really didn't face a ton of adversity. What happens the first time something goes wrong? And that's the thing I kind of question here. Not that they're not a great football team, not that they at 11-0 we should take it seriously. It's just okay, what happens the first time you're in trouble, or you feel like the momentum isn't going your way? They've had things pretty easy with the exception of the Bologna game. Everything has kind of come pretty easy. I think they're talented. I think they're probably in a position, being at home, with certain, like Zach talks about at Searcy, it being such a home field advantage. Get on the bus, go to Greenbrier. You're walking into their place. It's going to be interesting to see what they do. I know Zach. Zach is great at the X's and O's on the offensive side of the ball. I think it comes down to Searcy's defense. Where are they? Greenbrier's going to score. We know that. Can Searcy stop them? Get 1, 2, 3, 4 stops in the first half and get a 2-score lead and get some separation. If they do that, you love Searcy's chances. But man, Greenbrier's a machine, man. They just keep going, and they keep coming at you. They're like Rocky Balboa. Yeah. They just keep coming at you.
Yeah, that was my next question. I was going to ask you. You alluded to it about the defense of Searcy. What is Zach Clark talked to you about a little bit with that? And I mean, I see some good
really
ones
does,
at
but
times. Go ahead.
But like you guys said, they may be a year early. They may have arrived at this a year early. They're so young on that defensive side.
I think they're a lot like the Ozark of 4A. I think Ozark's a year away from really being a legit title contender.
Absolutely.
They've had a good year, and the sophomore quarterback has been really good there. I mean, really good, especially for a sophomore. Be able to post the 9-1 record, and really they had a 13-point lead on Robinson that night. I mean, they were giving them the business for a little bit. I don't know if Robinson woke up. I'm not totally sure what happened in that game, but it flipped. But with that being said, they're obviously a good football team. Looking at their scores lately, they gave up 40 to Maumelle, 27 to BB. So they're giving up some points lately. I don't know if the defense is getting tired, maybe a little bit injured, but facing an offense like a Greenbrier, they're really going to have to buckle down to be able to stay with them, I think.
Greenbrier is averaging 48 a game.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a big number.
It's a big number.
That's a number that catches your attention.
So we got Robinson in the semifinals, and we're kind of split between Hot Springs and Morrilton. Again, Robinson just feels like – it just feels like this is Robinson's year. I don't know that there's anything that we could say that would be any different. Obviously, you get down to this point in the season, and anybody can trip you up. If it's Morrilton's going to have to score a lot of points, be able to adjust to the speed that Robinson's going to put on the field. And if it's Hot Springs is probably a little bit more well adjusted to that.
Right.
But can they score enough points in that game to be able to keep up with them?
I mean, that's $1 million question: is can you keep up with them? We played them back-to-back years when Todescola was there, and you see all that talent and how committed to football they are. And that's just one of those deals, man. That's a program. That's not a team. That's a program. Year after year after year, you can change the numbers around. The result's going to be the same. They're prepared for this. They're deep. Exactly told me this. Like, they're really, really deep. It's not, down at the 5A level, you may get 16 or 17 guys who can play on the side. He's like, they've got 23, 24. They can rotate guys in and out. That's what makes them so dangerous, is that they are, when they do bring, the second team defensive line in, there's no drop off.
Right. What do you got, Joran?
Yeah, I agree. Robinson's too strong. If it's Hot Springs or Morrilton, I think Hot Springs might have a better chance if they get there than Morrilton would. I don't see Morrilton really keeping them from 50 in that game.
Right. I don't either. I don't think the defense of Morrilton, if they ended up facing each other, I just don't think Morrilton's got enough defense to be able to play with them. Parkview and Greenbrier, this would be a very interesting matchup. It would be at Greenbrier. I tell you right now, I'd have to say I'd have a hard time picking against Parkview right now. The way they're playing well. It's playoff time, and if there's anybody – if there's anybody that can challenge Robinson at this point, it's got to be Parkview. And I would say that's probably in this bracket, it's probably the best matchup in the bracket. If there's going to be anybody that can play against Robinson, it's Parkview.
Yeah, styles make fights, and I absolutely agree. I mean, you're talking about the best athletes in 5A making the title game at Little Rock. That would be a heck of a ball game. That'd be fun to watch. And I think that's one of those games that we're going to be writing about for years, talking about for years. The only question I have with Parkview is, are you deep enough? And if somebody does go down, you twist an ankle, you tweak a hammy here and there at a key position, do you have enough behind them? That's where Robinson's so deadly, is they've got so many guys. It's like, one guy trots off the field, here comes a guy that looks just like him, and he's as good as he is. And that's what makes Robinson so much of a handful for teams in the 5A.
I'll tell you what, Bobby Boulding on that sideline, though, I'm telling you right now, he can whip up a game plan defensively to make them ready. Can you imagine what would happen if they ended up winning the championship again? I mean, it's 3 in a row, and then they were just like everybody gave them up for dead, and then all of a sudden here they are again.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at their schedule, just the way they have kind of orchestrated it
right.
and came towards the end here, I mean, they're playing like we kind of expected them to play over the last 3 or 4 years, right. The last 5-6 weeks now. So, I mean, anything can happen. You got Bobby Bowden on that side. I mean, he definitely, like you said, will whip up a game plan. And if he can slow Robinson enough, if they can get some turnovers, get some momentum to go their way, anything can happen. Robinson's my pick, though, to win it. I mean, I think that's the safe bet.
I agree.
Okay, let me ask you guys a question. Let's go back to round 1. Would you take Robinson if we're putting money on this? Or would you take Robinson or the field?
Who?
I would take Robinson.
I give you every other team. I'll give you everybody else or Robinson.
I'd take Robinson.
Yeah. I agree.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think they're that far ahead of everybody. I do the same thing. It's Robinson's to lose.
Yep. Are you on for 6A and 7A? We got through that in 28
absolutely.
minutes. All right, here we go. Let's move on to 6A.
Are you recording this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I run to the restroom for 30 seconds?
Yeah,
go ahead,
yeah,
dude.
good.
I got to do the same thing.
Give me 2 seconds.
Okay. Everybody take a pee break.
We're still live, and this is fun.
So anybody that's in the chat, if you want to talk right now, good time to
They've
talk.
all just been listening to us, yeah.
Right?
Please give us ask Zach any question when we get back. That'd be great.
Right?
Let's bombard him with ridiculous stuff. But, I mean, like we was talking about, the fact is this is Robinson's to lose.
Right.
They're just that much better than everybody else. And that's saying something because Parkview is peaking at the right time.
Yep.
And Greenbrier, great season. Searcy, great season. I mean, it's tough to pick.
5A's deep.
But, I mean, just Robinson is just still that much better.
I still think when you look at the high school football as a whole, there's a huge jump between 4A and 5A.
Yep.
And this bracket right here is as solid of a bracket as I've seen in 5A in quite some time. And with that being said, we're sitting here saying Robinson, it's theirs to lose, and we're going to take Robinson versus the field. But, I mean, it's a good field.
Yeah, and like we know, they still got to play them games.
Right.
Still got to play them games. And so yeah, anything could happen, but yeah,
Robinson was on the ropes this year, and I know it's not 5A, but Jonesboro had them on the ropes. They beat Jonesboro 34-33. They beat Pulaski Academy 53-14. We've seen Pulaski Academy this year. That was a kind of a sign of things to come. Mountain Home, they scrimmaged Mountain Home. They tied Mountain Home in the scrimmage, but Mountain Home's a really good 6A team.
Yeah, they are.
So that kind of tells you where they're at. I mean, scores 58-0 with Watson Chapel, 42-7, 72-0 with Whitehall, 49-24 with BB, 46-29 with Cersei. And then the last 2 weeks, Pine Bluff 35-0, Maumelle 42-0.
Look, there's been so many high-scoring games this year.
Right.
What are we at? 8 80-point games this year?
Yeah.
Which is nuts.
Yeah.
And Robinson doesn't even have one.
You can
which
take
is
Sheridan for half of those.
yeah, thanks, Sheridan.
Joe Blaze, he says, great show, guys. I think you're right about Parkview. I was a senior at DeQueen when they moved back down to 5A, and they are never a team to doubt. Yeah.
They're just not.
Well, I'm telling you, when you've got Bobby Bolding, and I agree 100% with what you said about Brad. I love Brad. Brad's
He's the cachet, start the program.
Right.
Everybody's coming there. He can. I mean, he
But
can
you
get
wanna-
people excited, and he's a great coach too.
Yeah,
I'm not
you
taking
want
that
a
away from
ball
him.
coach.
But you get that as well. When you get
Yeah.
those two together, it's over.
Yeah, for sure. All right, let's move on to 6A.
Let me get this back.
And Joe, appreciate you.
The Greenwood Invitational.
Right, exactly. So you're taking Greenwood or the field?
I would say Greenwood at this point.
Right, exactly. Is Kane Archer still starting? That's the question.
Facts.
Anyway, 6A playoffs here. You've got Sylvan Hills at the top with the bye.
Which is amazing.
Right, exactly. It's been a great year for them. Van Buren and Marion, that's an interesting matchup and can cause another interesting matchup with Sylvan Hills. We'll talk about that in a bit. Let's just talk about that now. Marion has to travel all the way across the state to Van Buren. Marion's not playing well right now. Sylvan Hills' only loss this year is to Marion.
I know.
46-43. And I would be so interested to see that matchup again.
Yeah. Play that game again.
I don't think Van Buren has enough in the tank to beat Sylvan Hills. So I'd love to see a Marion-Van Buren matchup. And Van Buren's at home. Van Buren's played okay this year. I think they got the benefit of the schedule this year. They ended up, the last 3 games they really got pounded. So I think Marion has got a real good shot at winning it because I don't think they're playing Van Buren at full strength right now.
I had a chance to see Van Buren in week 2, and they came up to Springdale and we played them, and that's an offense, man. That's a good offense. I'm actually looking at stats right now. They put up 456 yards on Springdale, went up and down the field. He turned it over late, and we got up 2 on them, and we're able to kind of hold them off 52-41. But they can wing it. I mean, they can throw it around. And if they're banged up, that's probably something that you want to keep an eye on. But they've got the Briggs kid can just play. I mean, he can play, and he got us for 9 for 231.
Yeah.
So and 3 scores. They're creative offensively. The defense is a little bit smaller. We kind of pounded them in the second half, but if they can get a lead on you, man, they're hard to track down.
So my question for them is not that they're not good. I mean, they're pretty good, but the problem is I wonder how confident they are coming in to this game. October 24th, they go into Greenwood at 5-2, and they were 4-0 in the conference. Greenwood beats them 56-3. Then Mountain Home turns around the next week and beats them 44-20, and then Shiloh beats them last week 51-7. So the question is not their ability to do it, but will they have the ability and the confidence to do it by the time that they get there?
Yeah, and Sylvan Hills is doing the opposite. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say. I mean, you're 100% right. I mean, you go through that gauntlet in the 6A West, and it's like your confidence gets shaken.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, I think they were flying high coming into this, and then all of a sudden, they played the top three teams. In my opinion, the top three teams in 6A. I know Sylvan Hills has something to say about that, but I think that those are the best three teams in the whole class, and they're in your conference. And then you have to play them the last 3 games of the season. Not good for the scheduling there on whoever's part, however they ended up playing those 3 at the end, but it is what it is. Marion as well, really not playing all that great. They lost to Benton last week by 17. They got shut out by Jonesboro earlier in the year, which is what caused them to get the 5 seed there. Beat Sheridan 61-51. Catholic 48-10. Catholic's not that great. West Memphis is not that great. They beat them 28-25. Lost to El Dorado by 1 score. Sylvan Hills is their best win of the year. And then Conway, they played Conway to a 19-0 game. That was when they were playing a lot better, and that was the first game that Conway had without Wesley Tapp at quarterback. And so they were kind of figuring things out at that point. So this is an interesting matchup because you got Van Buren, who's gotten beat pretty badly. I don't think Marion's playing all that well coming in. This is kind of a 50-50 game.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. But again, it's like the first week of the playoffs, you just never know. You wonder where teams are at physically, mentally. I mean, you don't get injury reports. You don't know where they are. You don't know who's dinged up, limping around. But and one player at this level can make a huge difference.
Right.
I don't disagree with anything you said. This is in basketball terms, we got to jump ball here.
Absolutely.
Either way, you could be right.
Yeah, so we got to pick somebody here. I'm going to go with Marion. I just think that Van Buren probably lacks the confidence they need to win this game. I think when you get beat, I will say this, it will be as impressive a win as there is in round 1 of the tournament in any class if they win this game just because of the previous 3 games and how they've been beaten. So Van Buren, if they can keep that confidence going in the right direction or get it going in the right direction and they win, I think they'll be team of the week.
Okay.
Yeah. Go ahead, Zach. I'm sorry.
I can't. I watch them give up 560 yards with my own eyes, and I can't get past that. I think they're a little smaller on defense. I think they can be worn down. And Marion's one of those teams. We see them they come up here for 7-on-7. They've got as good athletes as anybody in the state. Right. And the offensive line's working together. They can wear Van Buren down. I roll with Marion. I feel pretty good about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going with Marion as well. I just think they played a little bit tougher schedule overall. Conway in the non-conference, they obviously they got the win over Sylvan Hills. Then they lost about 7 to a really good El Dorado team. Lost 21-0. As Brad moves the screen on me there, but lost 21-0 to Jonesboro, which that one, Jonesboro is a little bit better than I think some people give them credit for as well. But played Benton pretty close last week by 17, and with Van Buren having the losses like we've talked about coming in week after week here lately, I think that's going to play a factor. I think Marion's just going to be riding a little bit higher.
Yeah, I think so too. And another thing, I've said this on the show before, 6A West in the last several years usually kicks the 6A East around.
Yeah.
But it seems to have flipped now where at least those bottom, 4, 5, and 6 seem to be maybe a little bit better than the West 4, 5, and 6. That's what I'm seeing. Now, the top 3, that's no question about that. But the bottom 3, I think the
More
East
parity
has it, yeah.
Than there used to be.
El Dorado and Lake Hamilton, again, it's one of those matchups. Lake Hamilton's not the team that we thought that they would be earlier in the year, and I think El Dorado's a pretty good ball team. I think they're not a state championship ball team, but they are a team that should win this game and win it at home.
I don't think anybody's going to compete with Eldo in this one. El Dorado you're the 1 seed for a reason. This is one of those games you can't lose. And you talk about a program with a lot of pride and tradition. there's not a chance in the world they drop this game. Like, a lot of respect for Lake Hamilton, but they're just going to get over. They're overmatched in this one.
Yeah. Lake Hamilton isn't the team I thought they were going to be this year. They fell off a little bit. Really love Coach Tommy Gillerin and what he does down there, and they're a hard-nosed team. But El Dorado we've seen them firsthand against Camden, and they've got a really good quarterback that they'll use him as a runner as well. He don't really like to run, but he had 6 touchdowns or 5 or something that
like
night.
a 5 1-yard touchdown
yeah, they were all
runs.
QB sneaks.
Yeah.
But,
Cannon Jacobs.
Yeah, they got some weapons, and El Dorado rose in that one.
Too much speed.
Yeah. Jonesboro on Southside. Now, this is probably the most interesting matchup there in the first round. Now, Greenwood gets the bye. They move on, and then you got Jonesboro on Southside. To me, and Zach, you're going to know more about this than I do, but I feel like that this is a 50-50 game if there ever was one.
Oh, I don't think there's any question. Yeah, which team shows up? Which team's going to be? Again, you're getting on the bus. You're heading to somebody else's field. I've seen Jonesboro on film a couple of times. We have some mutual opponents with Springdale, and I've sort of had a chance to kind of glance at them. What were they? 3-8 last year, 5-5 this year. It's a program that's going in the right direction. I think they continue. I don't think it's going to be easy by any stretch of the imagination, but I think they win it, and I think they move on to the second round. And you know what? Hey, you get a chance to travel over to Smith Robinson to go play Greenwood.
Yeah.
What do you win, folks?
Yeah, I mean,
Congratulations.
yeah, nobody wants to go over there. That's for sure. Jonesboro has they've definitely played better this year. I mean, they barely lost to Sylvan Hills by 7, but then they've got a couple games where you think, okay, because of how some other games have gone, like they only lost to Robinson at Robinson by 1 point.
Right.
Jonesboro did. I mean, I know they're stepping down to 5A, but I mean that's impressive even if you're 6A.
That's how good Robinson
is. Yeah, exactly. But they'll have a game like that, and then they'll lose by 31 to Benton, and they'll lose by 23 to El Dorado, and then they almost beat Sylvan Hills. So I mean, they're kind of up and down a little bit, but I have to go with them over the Mavericks. But like we said, then you get to play Greenwood, so there's your trophy.
Right. Exactly.
Congratulations.
Exactly. All right, and moving on down, we've got Mountain Home and Sheridan. I think Mountain Home might score 90 in this one. Sheridan just does not play defense that well, and I haven't watched enough of Sheridan to know, but I assume that Kevin Kelly is still the no punt type of deal. I know he's married to that situation. I'm assuming that's why they've given up so many points, at least partially why. I would think that Mountain Home, again, I've said this, Mountain Home I believe is one of the top 3 teams in the 6A, and I don't have any reason to believe otherwise right now, and they're going to win that game.
Big. They're going to win that one big. I had a chance to watch a little bit of Sheridan when they played Rogers. And, it's defense optional for a Kevin Kelly team, and this is not a great defense. I don't think there's any way, shape, or form this game's we're not in the running clock at some point.
Yeah, definitely. 77-28 Mountain Home.
I would not disagree with that in the slightest.
Oh, I think Mountain Home gets to 70 unless they don't want to.
Right.
But anyway, Sylvan Hills and Marion, again, this is an interesting matchup because 9-1 Sylvan Hills, the only loss they have is to Marion at 46-43. That would be intriguing. With that said, I think that Sylvan Hills would have the revenge factor on their mind, probably saying, we should have won that one. The thing about Sylvan Hills, I think that keeps them from being a really, really good team is the fact that they don't play that much defense. They're going to try to outscore you. I mean, they played Maumelle earlier this year, beat them 56-55. Right. They lost 46-43. They are a team that is going to try to outscore you. And defense is, it's optional, whatever. If they play a little bit of it, then that's what they'll do. So I like Sylvan Hills in this one with the revenge factor, but this could be one of those games. Marion finds it, finds that defense, especially earlier in the season, and maybe pulls upset and moves on.
Not so fast, my friend. Not so fast. I know you can't see it, but I have my yellow number 2 Ticonderoga pencil in my hand. Not so fast, my friend. Hear me out on this. So Sylvan Hills 0-10 last year. They make a bum rush, get the first seed. Week off. Everybody's patting them on the back, telling them how great they are. You got a battle-tested Marion team. Marion's going to win this football game and move on. You're going to get a big upset in the second round of the playoffs. I love what Sylvan Hills has done. I just from 0-10 to 9-1. Are you legit? That's my question. Is how legit are you? And again, I've seen Marion up close and personal, and they are as good as it gets from an athletic standpoint. I think Marion wins that football game and moves on.
I could see it. I really could see that happening.
I definitely could as well. Earlier in the year when they were playing well, they obviously got that win. And like Brad was talking about, that Sylvan Hills definitely defense is kind of an optional thing. I do think just they're playing at such a high right now. They got such confidence, and they've got that at marked. Those kids, those Bears at Sylvan Hills, have been thinking about that game every night before they close their eyes.
Yeah,
they have.
So I think that's enough that I think that they will win. That's who I've got.
All right, so we got Sylvan Hills, but I definitely could see it. Shiloh and El Dorado, I don't think El Dorado has a shot to win that game, and I have said I think if there's any team in this class that can beat Greenwood, it's Shiloh. Right. I'm not going to back off of that, so I like Shiloh in this one.
This is one of the better Shiloh teams I've seen in a decade. And we saw them at we play a benefit game against them every year, and even then you could tell. I mean, they had their system in, they were running their system, and man, they could put up points. And if you put up points in the playoffs, it makes you hard to beat. I don't see Shiloh losing until they get to Little Rock.
They're going to be a conference game next year. How about that?
I'm super excited about this because there's an opportunity in every other year where I don't have to leave the city of Springdale but 3 times.
Well,
I'm actually kind of excited about that.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's how I feel about Pope County.
Right. Go ahead.
El Dorado's got some big wins this year, but they're kind of an odd team as well, where they give up 35 and lose 35-14 to Little Rock Christian earlier in the year. That was the first game of the year, week 0. And then they actually hold Sylvan Hills to 25 points, which Sylvan Hills, we know how good their offense is. But then they give up 60 to Benton the next week,
right.
Lose 60-36. We saw them against Camden early in the year, Camden Fairview, when Camden Fairview wasn't playing as well. And they looked good that night. But Shiloh Christian, just way too much power in this one. I think it's going to be something big, like 49-21, something like that.
Greenwood, Jonesboro, Greenwood.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. All in favor, say aye.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, at this point, Archer is on pace to be one of, top 5 quarterbacks ever play in Arkansas.
Total yards, easy.
Yeah, I mean, and when you've got a guy like that behind the center, I mean, how are you going to lose? At least in your class, I know that this year they've had their scares out of class, but in 6A it really hasn't been much. It's kind of been a wash. Shiloh's been the team that has been able to compete with them a little bit. So looking at that game maybe down the line as a possibility there. Again, I said that Shiloh is the team that can compete. We'll see. Benton Mountain Home, that's right here.
Great game.
Probably the matchup of the tournament, really. Just evenly matched. Benton, well coached, very good team, playing well at the right time.
Right. That's the big thing with them.
And then you got Mountain Home. I think Steve Airy does a great job over there at Mountain Home. I don't think I know. I mean, he's taken them from the dumps to where they're at now. I feel like that this right here is one of those 50-50 type matchups. Being at Benton, I don't know. This one's a 50-50. This is a coin flip for sure for me because I think that Mountain Home might be the better team. But we're talking about having to go on the road to play Benton at Benton. I think that could be enough for Benton to get over the hump.
Don't disagree. I love Brad Harris. I think he's terrific. I think he's one of the most underrated yet successful coaches in the state of Arkansas. He rebuilt Lincoln, got Lincoln to the playoffs after like a 30-year drought with basically the same players that had been on the roster the year before and lost every game. I think he's terrific. I think they're hard to beat, especially down there. I wouldn't bet against them in that spot.
Great facility that Mountain Home's going to have to travel to in that game. Brand new stadium. They've only been in that one a few years, about 10 years or less. been to a lot of Benton games, like you just talked about with Coach Harris. He does a fabulous job. They have been rolling. You know, they kind of got wrote off a little bit this year early on. They lose to Bryant 40-10. Okay, everybody did. Then they go to North Little Rock and they beat them 24-7. They beat Parkview, even though it's 5A, 31-0.
Yeah.
Okay, and then 55-24 over a Jonesboro team that's had their moments this year. They lose by 5 to Sylvan Hills, 40-35. That's their only other loss. And then since that Sylvan Hill loss on October 3rd, they have rode. 87-42 over Sheridan, 60-36 over a good El Dorado team, 63-0 over Catholic, 49-19 over West Memphis, and then beat Marion by 17 last week, 38-21. I really like Mountain Home as well. I mean, like we've said, this is definitely the best game other than maybe a Greenwood-Shiloh final. I'm going to go with Benton just because it's at Benton, but it's going to be a dogfight in that one.
All right, let's move on. Shiloh and Sylvan Hills. This is an interesting matchup. If they were to match up, we also talked about Marion being a possibility. Yes, sir.
Time out. Who's our pick for that? I missed it. Sorry.
Our pick is Benton.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Sylvan Hills and Shiloh could be Marion as well. I just think Shiloh's too much right now. I think they're, Greenwood Junior, really, when it comes down to it. They're just not quite as good.
You just ticked off some people in Shiloh.
Well, I'm sorry, Shiloh, until you beat them, right? I mean, it's just like the next one that we're going to pick here. It's like until Greenwood loses, you got to pick Greenwood. So I'm going to pick Greenwood, but I'm going to pick Shiloh to make their, I believe it's 7th straight or 8th straight state championship game.
Would that put them
I
up?
think
Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, I think we're avoiding the inevitable, which is it's going to be Shiloh, it's going to be Greenwood in Little Rock, and we're kind of avoiding the, you don't want to disrespect the teams there, but it is just too much with Shiloh, way too much, too many points. Going to Champion Stadium in late November, nobody gets out of there with a win.
Right.
And I expect Shiloh to win that football game and move on.
I agree. Easy. I think it's a comfortable win for Shiloh. I think they win this one by 14-21, something of that nature, maybe more. If it's Marion or Sylvan Hills, with that many state games in a row, are they going to end up being 7A like PA if they don't watch?
Yep, they are.
Yeah.
Man,
Yes.
it's crazy to think. I can remember Shiloh playing Hector.
Right,
for
2A,
state
yeah.
championship back in '99.
I played a bit of basketball last year, Pottsville, which is weird.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, they're like 4A in most sports, but, yeah. So, yeah, I definitely think they're going back to Little Rock, and then that brings us to Greenwood and Benton.
Greenwood.
Yeah.
Now,
Yeah.
I
Too
just,
much.
yeah, I mean, I love Benton and I love Brad Harris, and I know he's going to draw up some ball plays, but until Kane Archer is not the quarterback at Greenwood, I mean, what do you say? I think Greenwood may be able to be gotten down the road, but you've got an all-timer at quarterback, and I mean, he's
That's saying something.
Right? He's
Tyler Wilson, and
he's the best. He's the best quarterback to ever play at Greenwood.
Which is spectacular.
Okay.
High school quarterback. He's the best quarterback to ever play. I mean, look at the numbers. I love Tyler Wilson to death. I mean, great Razorback. I mean, unbelievable Razorback.
Legend.
Lucas Miller.
Right?
There's another one. I think he played some quarterback
Did
while
he?
he was there. I know he's receiver.
Brooks
at Arkansas.
Coatney was one.
Oh, yeah, in the 90s.
Yeah, I mean, there's been some guys, but, I mean, Archer is the very best. I really don't have any
Statistically,
reservations for
easily,
that.
Yes.
I mean, he is.
We're forgetting about Connor Nolan. He was pretty
Yeah,
good for
there
them
you
for
go.
a little
Exactly.
for a little while. Connor won some games.
Yeah. I mean, I love Connor, too. I mean, when you look at 100 touchdowns in the air, 50 on the ground, I mean, how can you argue that?
Who was the quarterback right before Kane? We were doing Parkview. We had them, and then we had the dude from
you
Elkins
talking about
that left.
and went up there, but
Was that because of Kane?
yes,
basically?
it was because of Kane.
He just transferred to Tech.
Yeah, he's a D2 quarterback, but I mean, he was a good one. Dizzy Dean,
Yeah.
Dizzy Dean, yeah.
Dizzy Dean
Elkins.
there. He transferred from Greenwood to Elkins because Kane was coming up, and I mean, he obviously
We're talking about a college quarterback
right,
transferring.
100%. Anyway, so that leaves us with Greenwood and Shiloh, and again, I think if anybody can compete at Shiloh, they've shown that they can. again, it's just one of those things until somebody beats Greenwood. What do you say? It's Greenwood. Justin's already got it on the screen right now, Greenwood.
I'm not picking Shiloh for anything.
I refuse
Shiloh's
to put it
Achilles
up.
heel. Their Achilles heel in these championship games has been the defense.
Yeah.
Like, they haven't been able to slow anybody down, and until they do, I mean, why would you pick against Greenwood? Because you know they're going to score it. Shiloh's going to have to prove that they can play defense against a team like Greenwood.
Right. And then Greenwood moves to 5A next year.
Oh, really?
That ain't right.
At least that's where the numbers are at right now. That unless I don't know exactly what the private school situation will be, and I know that they're close, but right now they're slotted in 5A.
Who's close to private school?
Well, what I'm saying is, like, Shiloh moves up to 7A, so they bump somebody
Right.
down from 7A to 6A, and
Yeah, I
then
got
that
you.
bumps somebody down, and there's a domino effect there. So I don't know if they'll get bumped down because of that, but right now they're slotted to go 5A.
Right. Which is just a few. It ain't been long since they've been in 6A.
Right. Well, actually it has. They've been in 6A now for about 12 years. The last time that they were in 5A, we were in Huntsville still.
Well,
That
when
was
they
the
were
last
playing
year.
Parkview in conference. Was that not 5A a couple
No.
years ago? I
Parkview was
Parkview
6A.
was up. That's right.
Yep.
Parkview dropped back down. Okay.
Anyway, well, that is the 6A bracket. Let's move on to 7A. We have run the gauntlet here.
Well, I was going to say real quick about
Yeah.
Shiloh and Greenwood that earlier this year, everybody kind of thought this might be Shiloh's time to take them down. Greenwood was coming off either a close game or something where they almost got beat. Who was it? Bentonville West or someone like
Yes,
that?
yes.
And we thought, okay.
Harper had him on the ropes for a while.
Yeah, and Shiloh had a bye going into that Greenwood game. So we thought, there was a chance there. And then Greenwood wins 35-24. So, yeah, it's just they're going to have to show up big time and play the game of their lives to knock off the Bulldogs.
Greenwood just plays better defense, in my opinion.
Yeah, 100%.
They defensively, Greenwood has gotten better through the year. I
Yeah.
will say that Greenwood you were able to pick off Greenwood early in the year.
Right.
I don't think that they were a vintage Greenwood team, but right now they have rounded into form and they look as good as anybody and as good as they've been in several years.
Their win over Mountain Home last week, 42-10.
Yeah, that was
That
impressive.
tells you everything you need to know right there.
Yeah.
How good they're playing at the moment.
Yeah, in fact, their last, let's see here, since the Shiloh game, they allowed only 24 to Shiloh. They gave up 13 to Russellville, which was merciful.
Yeah.
0 to Siloam, 10 to Lake Hamilton, 3 to Van Buren, 21 to Southside, and 10 to Mountain Home.
Right. And Southside's got a good offense this year.
All right, Zach, this is right up your alley here. You could probably school
Home
us
sweet home.
7A.
Home sweet home. Here we go. Yes, sir.
Here we go. Bentonville gets the bye, and they await the winner of Cabot and Springdale. Give us your knowledge.
I'm actually sitting here watching Cabot film as we speak. If you want to start with Cabot, everything starts with Maddox McCrory. They're playing. They got off to a rough start. They got blown out by Fayetteville in week 1, and it looked like they may be heading for a down year by Cabot standards, and they have rallied. Since you're watching the North Little Rock game now, and they're as big and as physical as I've seen at the 7A level. We played them last year in the playoffs as well. I'm kind of expecting that kind of a game. Springdale's defense is going to have to play really, really well. It's kind of at Springdale we go through this gauntlet where we get Bentonville, we get Rogers, and we get Fayetteville, Bentonville and Rogers in a row, and that skews some of the numbers. Springdale's going to have to play really, really well. Carson Hayter's going to have to carry the ball really well. He's got to run the offense. I think Cabot, if you're picking a favorite, Cabot's probably got. It's a long ride down there. It's 3 hours from Springdale down to Cabot. Springdale's got a shot. I think they feel pretty good about kind of where they are coming off the win over Northside. But man, just sitting here watching Cabot, and I'm going to watch one more game. I'll watch the Week 9 game as well. But I really like Maddox McCrory. He threw for 344 in the playoff game last year. And their defense is very big. They're very fast. They've got some injuries going on defensively, but I don't think that slows them down. Cooper Powell, their running back, is absolutely outstanding. They've got a trio of wide receivers that can go up and get the ball, and that's a huge difference. So Springdale's gonna have to be on their game. You know, if you're asking me to make a pick, I've got to pick Springdale simply because they signed my check. I like Springdale's chances to go down there. If there's a first round game, I think in the 7, and this year the 7's a little bit more wide open than it's been. I think if there's an opportunity for an upset in the first round, this might be it.
Yeah, I'm looking at Cabot's schedule. They played a very tough schedule and got off to a tough start. They're 4-6.
Yeah, really, really slow start.
Yeah, they're 4-6, but they lost their first 4, so they're 4-2 over their last 6. So they're playing pretty well. Got a good win against Pulaski Academy, and I would say that's probably a game that is as comparable to Springdale as they have on the schedule. So that should it should be a good game.
So, Zach, would you say that last week's win over Northside was their most impressive of the year? Would you give it to the Harbor or maybe even a Van Buren?
It depends on what you mean by impressive. I think the Harbor win was, that's exercising demons on the east side of Springdale. That's their Super Bowl.
Right.
They let some games get away from them early in the year. The Central game, the game they played against Bishop Kelly over in Tulsa. I think they feel like both of those games they just let them get away.
Right.
I think probably their most impressive win is Harbor. I think their most complete game was last week against Northside. And I know Northside's struggling, but defensively they were really, really good, and that's a good sign because Springdale's defense has had some issues, especially in the back end. So. Teams that can throw it, Springdale's got 2 really young cornerbacks. DJ Manuel is going to be a guy that we're going to hear about. He's got good size. He's about 6 foot tall, and he's got 3 interceptions on the year, including the game winner against Harbor. He's a guy that you're going to hear about as this goes along. But they've got their work cut out for them as far as the Cabot wide receivers. And Maddox McCrory is he's lethal if you let him just sit back there.
Yes, sir. All right. Well, Cabot definitely has played a little bit better as of late, but that win over Northside for Springdale will definitely give them a little bit of momentum. So it's going to be a tough one. That's a tough game to call. Yeah,
it's a tough one to call. I'm going to go with Cabot. I think Cabot just at home, like you said, 3 hours away. It's a long haul. And again, This is a 50-50 game. This could go either way. I mean, looking at the scores, just comparing, these are 2 very similar teams. Right. So I'll go with Cabot being the homestanding team. I would pick Springdale if they were at home. That's basically where it's at.
I think that's where I agree with. I do like that they took down a playoff team in North Little Rock, Brad Boating, last week, 41-24. So they riding some momentum, back-to-back wins. They got Central the week before. So I'm going Cabot, but it's a close one.
All right, so Cabot it is. Conway gets the bye. West versus North Little Rock, I think. West is a pretty good football team. They did almost beat Greenwood earlier in the year. Basically the only stumbles that they've had is against a very, very good Rogers team and a very, very good Bentonville team. At this point, I don't think North Little Rock has the guns to be able to take down West.
If you ask my radio partner, the Greenwood game was stolen from Bentonville West. They should have won that game on a holding call. But I'm sitting here watching North Little Rock right now. They're not in the same league with Bentonville West. Trey Thompson he just signed with NEO, and he's absolutely as good a quarterback as you're going to see at the 7A level. He can do all the things you need to. He can run it a little bit. He can throw it a little bit. And being up in Centerton, that is a long, long ride from North Little Rock. Yeah. It's a long ride from Central Springdale to get up to Centerton. I think West wins that one. I don't think it's going to be close, especially the way North Little Rock kind of collapsed at the end of last week. I just think you got one team trending in the right direction, one team trending in the wrong direction.
Fayetteville and Pulaski Academy, 2 teams that have had seasons that you wouldn't expect. I know Fayetteville really expected to be at the top of the 7A West. They've fallen to the 4 seed. Pulaski Academy definitely doesn't ever have seasons like this. And so, now you've got 2 teams that are going to battle it out. One's going to end their season a lot earlier than expected. And, it's just probably another 50-50 type game. But I would say Fayetteville probably has the edge here in this one. Again, Pulaski Academy, for whatever reason, just not quite the same team that they have been over the last, good Lord, 20, 25, 30 years now. And I know that they'll be glad to drop down into 6A.
somebody's got to play defense in this one, right? I mean, Fayetteville gives up points. PA gives up points. At the over, I put the over-under like 110. I mean, you're probably going to get a game, 55-50, something like that. You will see points scored. I think I trust Fayetteville a little bit more offensively. They can sling it, man. Catavius Taylor is really good. Hank Hendricks is really good. They don't run the ball real well, but I don't think they have to with the bevy of receivers they have. And PA's going to have their work cut out for them. They'll score. I just don't know that they'll be able to keep up.
Didn't Pulaski Academy end Fayetteville season last year?
Well, that's a great question. Hang on. I'll get you the information on that one.
Oh, y'all talk. I'll look it up.
I'm going to go with Fayetteville on this one. Like Zach said, definitely going to be a high-scoring game. Neither one of them have the best defenses, and we know PA in that situation there. They rain. I mean, occasionally they'll have a good defense, but for the most part, they don't. And Fayetteville definitely.
PA ended it for them last year, 39-32 in overtime.
So, I think that's a little bit of revenge as well. They could play a factor in being at Fayetteville. I'm going with the Purple Dogs.
Rogers gets the bye. Little Rock Christian and Harbor taking on each other. This is one that I got totally wrong in the statewide radio.
I gave you a shot to redeem yourself.
Right. And so I get I got this wrong. I won't get it wrong in front of our audience. We got Christian moving on, which will set up an interesting matchup with Rogers in round 2.
The interesting thing about Harbor is Harbor has really good athletes. Their quarterback is as good as you're going to see. It's just consistency's been their issue. They'll turn it over a bunch. Defensively, they're better than they've been. I just don't know that they have enough for Christian, especially getting on the bus, going down there. It's a place they haven't played before, so I don't know that it's. I think it's going to be a tough ask for Harbor to go down there and win that one.
Yeah, I agree totally. I've got Little Rock Christian moving on, taking on Rogers, and that's going to be a really good game. We're going to go back to the top before we talk about that one.
Let's go back to the top.
Okay, so we got Bentonville versus.
So Bentonville, it's Cabot, Springdale. You can throw out just whichever, but
it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. No, it doesn't matter. So here's my question.
This may be Jody Grant's best team.
Well, that's where I was going with this. Is Bentonville good enough to beat Bryant this year and win it all? It seems that
100%
way.
They are. Their front seven, the Rona kid, the nose tackle, is as nasty a defensive player as I've ever seen. You can't move him. And, when we played them, our offense is the flexible offense. We're trying to run between the guards, and you couldn't move it. And then they've got really active linebackers. The Grundy kid, number 9, the defensive end, is also a guy that's really hard to block. And, the secondary is good, but they haven't been tested yet because that front seven's so good. And then offensively, man, I'm ready for them to get rid of the Ficklins. I've seen so many Ficklins run through that place. I mean, there's like 37 of them. It's like every year there's another Ficklin wearing 0 back there. He's fantastic. And Swapecki, the quarterback, just doesn't make mistakes. I really think this may be their best team. They've got enough. They've just got to put it all together.
Yeah, the Grundy kid, he's a linebacker you're talking about?
Yeah, he's a linebacker, tight end. He's just one of those guys. Rona gets all the attention because he's a game wrecker. He's a game plan wrecker. But he's one of those guys, like in our option offense, Carson Hader's a Harding commit. And he was able to track Carson down. And like, we haven't seen that before. And you're like, oh my gosh. Like, he's one of those guys laterally that can move. And they're big, they're nasty up front. It's as good a defense as I've seen in the 7A West in a while.
Right. Yeah, they've got some huge wins and like 41-17 over Conway in week 2. I mean, those are impressive scores right there. Rogers was close, 3-point game, but they take down West by 17.
And the out-of-state wins last year, they lost all of those games,
all of them,
and turned around and won
Union.
all this year.
Union's usually really good. Lee Summit North. Just impressive what they've done. I agree. I think this is the best team they've had in several years. They're going to roll against either Cabot or Springdale.
Conway and West is an interesting matchup. I think West is good enough to win that game at Conway. Conway is – I think they're playing better. I think they're playing really well. They should have knocked off Bryant last week. and won the 7A Central. They weren't able to do that, but I think now this is my opinion. This is looking from afar, but I feel like that the West might be a little stronger this year than the Central has been.
Oh, okay. In this game, I 2 words: Buck James. I mean, getting
Right.
Buck in a playoff game with a week to prepare, that's going to be a hard combination to beat.
Yeah, you're right about that, for sure. For sure.
This is a very tough call for me on this one. I'm been pretty high on Bentonville West this year. But like you just said, Buck James, one of the best to do it in the state, going to Conway. I mean, that is a tall task. I think I do agree. I think that with Brad on, I think the West is a little bit stronger when it comes to, I think they're more top heavy, put it that way. Outside of, obviously, Bryant. The top 3 in the West, I think maybe a little bit better than the top 3 in the Central. But, man, at Conway, if it wasn't at Conway, I think I would take West. I think I'm going to go Conway in this one with Tapp being back at quarterback and being healthy.
Well, and that is if Tapp's
Supposedly.
back,
He was stressed out last week.
Okay.
But I don't think he actually played.
Yeah.
From what I was told.
Well, and then the question is, how much rust does he have? I mean, you're talking about throwing a kid in there.
We saw that last
right.
year
yeah.
with Grayson Wilson. He came back late, and he wasn't, it seemed like he was a little rusty.
And the offense is playing pretty well. I mean, they only scored 21 last week, but that was Bryant. That's a whole different deal there. Speaking of Bryant, Fayetteville, I can't pick against Bryant, right? I mean, you just can't. Fayetteville is not the team that they thought that they would be, and I just think Bryant is one of those teams, and if there's anybody in this bracket going to knock them off, I don't think Fayetteville's going to be the one.
It's a game of matchups. This one's all about matchups. And Bryant can get enough stops to win the game and score enough points to win the game. I don't think Fayetteville defensively can hold up for 4 quarters against that offense. And Bryant's as good as it gets on defensively. I think Bryant wins that one comfortably.
Yeah.
No disrespect to Fayetteville, but I just think Bryant's head and shoulders above the bottom half of this bracket.
I agree. I think you hit the nail on the head. I would go Bryant in this one, even though Fayetteville does have the explosive offense to find some things in that game. But the only thing that, that was an impressive game last week by Conway with the backup quarterback, only losing by 7. So Bryant may have showed a little bit of vulnerability there, but I still think overall they just got too good of a defense.
Rogers and Christian is an interesting matchup. I think Rogers offensively, obviously, they're just a juggernaut.
Yes.
So I think Christian's going to have a lot of trouble stopping them. I don't think that there's anybody out there, maybe outside of Bryant and Bentonville, that wouldn't have any trouble stopping them. Christian's going to have their hands full against Rogers, going to have to come up the hill to do it. So I feel like Rogers is probably a pretty safe bet here.
I don't know if y'all have seen Jeff Regan play. He's 5'7", 5'8", something like that, but you can't get him on the ground. I watched him put up 787 against us. I mean, it was insane. They just up and down the field. And, it's one of those things like the sum is greater than their parts, maybe. This is a true team. I mean, when we played them, Titus Kramer, their running back, the Harvard transfer, he can run the football. And then Regan is just one of those guys, like, if you could take everybody else away, he can beat you. He's I hate the phrase X factor, but he's the guy that you can't account for. And he can absolutely kill you. And the defense is better than it's better than maybe they get credit for. And having Braxton Lindsey back and healthy is going to make a huge difference for them. I love Rogers to get to play Bryant, and that's going to be a heck of a football game.
Listen to these scores here. Rogers 41, 47, 84, 52, 56, 70, 70.
Yeah,
28
gets good teams too.
28's their lowest score of the year, and that was against Bentonville, and that was a phenomenal football game. And then you have
with a very weird ending. Very weird ending.
Yeah. And then you have the 42 versus Harbor and 49 versus Heritage.
Yeah, I just how we've talked about how when we were doing 5A and 6A that like in 5A, you'd pick Robinson against the field more than likely, and in 6A you'd take Greenwood against the field.
Yeah.
I don't feel like you can quite do that, even though most people would with Bryant most years. I think Bentonville and Rogers have legit chances to upset Bryant this year and win this thing. And I think Conway's right there in that conversation as well. I think Rogers wins this game. I think they win it pretty big against Little Rock Christian, and that's no disrespect to Little Rock Christian. I just think Rogers is right there. Those offensive numbers you just told were amazing. The only low game they had was against Bentonville, who won the conference, obviously. And Zach, tell us about that ending a little bit.
It was a back and forth game, and it was crazy because Bentonville. I'm doing the Springdale game that weekend. We were getting reports. Bentonville goes up like 24-7, and you're like, okay, the size, the speed of Bentonville just sort of. Rogers caught a bad matchup, and all of a sudden it's okay, it's 24-14, it's 24-21, it's 27-21, and they kept coming back. They got down to I think it was on the Brad, you were watching. I think they were down to about the 20-yard line and went for the win. From the 20-yard line instead of trying to see the game-tying field goal.
Yeah.
Interesting. And look, I applaud Chad Harbison for, throw caution to the wind. Let's go try and win the game, win the conference. But in that spot, I would have loved to have seen the game go to overtime because I think they had Bentonville on their heels. Quite honestly, I think that the Rogers speed had finally caught Bentonville. And, with a chance to, for a game-tying field goal, I think that might have been the play there. But, hey, all credit to Rogers. They went 9-1 in the regular season. And I think they're making their way, and I really do think they're going to get Brian a game.
Yeah, I've been real big on Rogers all year. I'm a big fan of Coach Harbison and what he does. Offensively, they're really good. And what was the kid's name again? You said it was like 5'7". They had 700-something yards.
Jeff Regan, their quarterback, Air Force commit.
Yeah.
That's unreal.
Oh, you need to watch him.
So you got
when you
Creed
get some
Vega
time.
at Dardanelle, another Air Force commit as well. So those two going together from the state of Arkansas.
He'll remind you of Kyler Murray, the way he plays. I mean, It's just that kind of elusiveness. And when he gets in the open field, man, you can't catch him. And, like, we had – I remember this play. Like, it was in the second quarter. 4 of our defensive linemen had a hand on him. And he broke free, and then all of a sudden it's a 75-yard touchdown run. And you're just like, how the heck did he get out of that?
Right.
But he does that to everybody. And then he's got a bevy of wide receivers, and it's not one guy. I mean, they can get you with 5 or 6 guys. And he just finds open guys. It's a well-constructed offense, and it takes advantage of everything that Jeff Regan does very, very well.
He's pretty fun to watch. He's unreal. I mean, if he was 6'2",
he would have anywhere he wanted to go.
He could go anywhere he wanted to.
They'd be talking about being the next Lamar Jackson.
And I would tell you right now, there would be a question as to who the best quarterback in the state was.
Right.
I mean, he's that good.
Wow.
He's that good. So, anyway, that we would move on. Rogers there against Christian, which would set up a Bryant-Rogers matchup. Bentonville-Conway would match up there. Bentonville and Conway have already matched up earlier this season. I think that Bentonville is just too strong. I mean, I think that's just the bottom line. They're too good for Conway this year. And I say that.
It really wasn't close early in the year.
No, it wasn't.
Week 2. Week 1, technically.
Right. I say that, and I know Conway is better than they were at that time. So it would be an interesting matchup just for the fact that you're playing a team for the second time. That's a very hard thing to do in football because you almost have to reinvent the wheel sometimes, especially when it's more of a 50-50 game. This is not as 50-50 as some of them could be, but I would still like Bentonville in this one.
Going to Bentonville late November, that's going to be really, really difficult. And I'm with you. I think Bentonville is significantly better than Conway is, and it's no disrespect to Conway or anything like that. I just think Bentonville's that good. And, at home, late December, I think they're going to punch the tickets a little rough.
I agree. So moving on, we got Bryant. Yeah.
There you go.
Avoid the awkward pause.
Right.
So Bryant versus
Rogers.
And I honestly think Rogers can upset Bryant in this game. I think that's on the table. I think it's a possibility. But it's hard to pick against Bryant. They've done, they're just a juggernaut. They've won, 6 out of the last 7 now?
6 out of the last 7. Yep, 6, 7.
Oh, no.
Stop it.
Gosh. I'm away from my kids for 4 hours, and I still got to hear it.
So, here's my question. And we talked, this is kind of in the lead of what I said about the West being maybe better than the Central. this year, which
For the first time in a long time.
Right. Well, you remember the days when the West was way better, and they always were better.
Yeah.
I mean, it was like no doubt about it. Every year, the West was the best.
But I remember when it was the other way as well before that happened. Back in the Little Rock Central days with, that's when Gus and Springdale was trying to get that changed. And then it did change, and it stayed that way forever.
Yes, it did. It stayed that way for a long time. But I just
last 7 years,
wonder. I just wonder. I mean, in my mind, I sit here and I think, I can't pick against Bryant.
I know.
Because they're Bryant. They've won 6 out of 7. And, just looking at where they're at, they don't look like they've let up. I mean, it's not like that they're not a good football team or they're not as good as they have been. I mean, the year that they didn't win it, I felt like you could kind of see that they weren't quite as good as they've been. I don't see any kind of let up with them this year.
Right.
But there's a feeling that I have that a Rogers or a Bentonville might be able to win that game.
Well, I agree, especially with the Conway score last week, which I know that's a rivalry, especially with the whole Buck James, storylines there. But, yeah, I mean, I definitely – it would not shock me at all if Bentonville or Rogers found a way to beat Bryant.
Oh, boy.
Right.
I guess my question is, from a Bryant standpoint, what's your plan for Jeff Regan? Is how do you stop him? Because you may be able to stop him running the football, and he's going to throw it. If you go into pat, you drop 8, then he's going to run around in circles to drive you nuts. What's your plan there? And I trust Bryant's coaching staff to do that. But, man, I've seen this Rogers team up close, and they're different. The pace at which they play, the defense is actually, they've got a defense this year. They're going to give up some points, but they score so fast, and they can be so demoralizing. What's your plan if you're Bryant? Bryant's got the athletes to go do it. And I think that's probably the thing that they haven't faced, the Rogers hasn't faced, except for Bentonville.
Right.
And they were in that game with Bentonville. And I think Rogers can very much win this game, but it's going to be one of those games where Regan's going to have to do literally everything. And that's the thing that scares me a little bit. I think Bryant's got more options than Rogers does. Regan's going to have to be special that night, and he can be, and he absolutely can do it. But that's the part that scares me a little bit, is if you can somehow bottle him up, what does Rogers do? Because they haven't been asked to do it this year.
I agree. And so look at this with me. Let's look over the Bryant scores. They hold Benton, who's a powerhouse, even though they're 5A, to 10 points. They play Newton, out-of-state team, hold them to 14.
That's a Georgia team.
Yeah.
Newton, Georgia.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, the ton of talent that's in Georgia. I mean, we've all heard Brett Bielema back in the day talk about Georgia and Florida, But Pittman kept that going with Georgia. But anyways, they give up 6 against Parkview. They give up 0 to Central. Now, Little Rock Christian had the highest score on them all year besides last week at Conway, 21. But they beat them 49-21. It wasn't a game. 48-14 over Pulaski Academy. We know PA's down a little bit, but that's an offensive juggernaut. They beat Southwest 42-6. They only give up 3 to Cabot, only give up 7 to North Little Rock, who's probably more of an offensive team this year. And then so the game last week, if that game wasn't on the table, and that's a rivalry, you almost can throw that score out. They win 28-21.
Yeah.
If that game wasn't on the table, I feel a little bit more like I'm definitely going to pick Bryant over anybody. But with that game on the table, I think it affects my view just a little bit to show there's a chance, because I know how good Bentonville is on both sides of the ball, and I know how good Rogers is on offense.
Right. Rogers is so good on offense. And then my question is this, when I'm trying to go through my mind on this, is Rogers did almost beat Bentonville, and mine should have beat Bentonville. Bentonville destroyed Conway. They didn't just beat Conway, they destroyed them.
True.
And Bryant and Conway went back and forth. I mean, to me, this has all the earmarks of saying that one of these two teams, and I'm talking about Bentonville or Rogers, are the better teams. Right. But how can you say it? Because it's Bryant.
Right.
And it's going to be at Bryant.
Yeah, if you could just get Bryant to go to Rogers and get him some bad pizza, you'd have a better chance.
Right. Man, I don't know. Like, it's hard for me to sit here and say I cannot make myself say
You have to say Bryant, but
right.
Picking against Brian is like picking against Taylor in
Yeah,
softball.
but okay. So let's say this: Bryant beats Rogers, and then gets Bentonville. Can they beat? I mean, those two teams are really, really good. I mean, of 7A West teams, two of the better teams have been in a while.
I'm going Bentonville. I'm doing it. Let's do it live. We're doing it live.
Bentonville, help me, Zach. Help me.
Okay, let me go back to Rogers and Brian for just a second. I'm going to give you some numbers.
Okay.
And I don't know if you guys have ever used this website, MasseyRatings.com. It's kind of an analytical deal. On a neutral field, Bryant would be favored by 15 over Rogers. At Rogers, Bryant would be favored by 13. At Bryant, they're favored by 16.
Okay.
The computers like Bryant.
Okay.
So you can take that for what it's worth.
Not much.
Exactly. I think, and again, I've seen them with my own eyes. I think Bentonville's the best team in the state. I just don't think we know it yet. They're as physical, and as I said before, this is Jody Grant's best team that I've seen, and I've been here for the last thing. I've been with Springdale for 11 years. This is the best team I've seen from Bentonville. I think they are a team of destiny. Blair Irvin, who just decommitted from the Razorbacks, is special offensively, and defensively, man, they're just nasty. There isn't a lot of room to run the football, and if you're going to make it, they can make you one-dimensional, and when you're one-dimensional, it gets a little dicey. I think Bentonville's the team in the tournament.
That's where my heart is right now. There's a feeling to me that Bentonville is the team of destiny this year. But you also throw Rogers into this mix and say Rogers could have, should have beat them. That was a home game. It was a conference game. It was different. And then you still got Bryant in the way. So I am seriously torn. And when I say torn, I mean truly torn. So, number one, let's put Bentonville in the final right now. Let's put them there over Conway. I think that's a fairly safe bet. Now, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take about 5 minutes. I'm going to take some prayer time. Man.
I'm not picking against Bryant. I'm just not till somebody beats him.
Okay, I can't. Bryant goes to the finals.
You can't in the semis is what you're saying. Okay, you've got Bryant. If you take that Conway game off the thing, I think I definitely would say Bryant.
Yeah.
That game puts a little bit of vulnerability on him for me in my mind. I'm a big fan of Coach Harbison up at Rogers, but I'm going to go Bryant. But I would not be shocked if it's Rogers at all. Rogers was right there with Bentonville, a 3-point game. I mean, Bryant has a very tough test to get through all these teams.
Right. So last game that we're picking, Bentonville, Bryant. This last year was a great game. Some say Bentonville should have won the game.
That's true. And Bentonville, we knows better. I feel like Bryant's maybe a little better than they were last year. Pretty close.
Whew. Man. It's like going and picking Shiloh Christian to beat Greenwood in the finals, right? I mean, it's like that. Kind of. In fact, it's worse. It's worse. Bryant's a better team than Greenwood. Although some Greenwood people would absolutely spaz out at that thought that Bryant's not better than we are. Yeah, they are. Give me Bentonville. Give me Bentonville. I just think they're the better team this year. Maybe I'm wrong.
That's what I'm picking as well. And, I mean, we might look like fools.
Right.
I'm going Bentonville.
It's not the first time, I can tell you. It won't be the last either, right?
All right, Zach, it's on you.
All right. Now, I had lunch with Dave Regan, who is Jeff Regan's dad, the Tuesday after the Bentonville game. And the pain and the anguish that the folks up at Rogers were feeling over that was legit. It was palpable. I think it's going to be an all-West final. I think it's going to be Bentonville and Rogers meeting up again for round two. But in this, and I would take Bentonville in that game again. But Bentonville, Bryant, I would also take Bryant. I would take Bentonville. I have not seen a Bentonville team like this. I've seen good Bentonville teams roll through that had flaws. I don't see a flaw on this team. They're good on special teams. They're good they can run the ball. They can throw the ball. They can do what you need to do. And defensively, they're just different. And I think Jody gets his first and, kind of gets the monkey off his back a little bit. Because, there's some folks howling a little bit. You've been there for a while. You've been to Little Rock a couple of times, haven't been able to get it done, but I think Jody gets it done this year. And I think it's the best, again, it's the best Bentonville team I've seen in a decade plus.
So we got 3 for Bentonville, 1 for Bryant, because I know Justin's already on the record. He's not going against Bryant.
Well, it's more than that. My mama graduated from Bryant, so she'd be upset with me if I picked anybody but them. She was a cheerleader there.
Don't make mama mad.
Heck
Absolutely,
no.
don't make mama mad.
Well, go ahead and put Bentonville down for us.
Oh, I will. There you go.
There you go. Wow.
see it.
Well, Zach, you've been on with us for an hour and a half. Appreciate you, man.
No problem, man. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Sounds good.
Hey, any since we've been doing this all evening, any Franklin news or anything else going on today, Zach?
I'll tell you this morning, the first text I got was, are the Gruden rumors true? That was the first text I got at 7:03 this morning. I don't think anybody knows anything about the coaching search. I think we're at a point where there's so many names out there, which is probably what you want in a coaching search, is mass confusion. Nobody knows anything. I think that's good. I don't believe the idea that they have a guy and we're just waiting 3 weeks. The idea of somebody being able to keep their mouth shut for that long is pretty low.
So what you're
so I
saying
think we're
is,
still in a kind of
what you're saying is John Pelfrey's on the way to the hill.
I'll tell you this, and I've said this. I said this, gosh, 3 days after Sam Pittman was let go. I think it's going to be PJ Fleck, and I think on a number of different levels it makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
And PJ's won 100 games in his career. He's 20 games over 500 in the Big Ten at Minnesota, which is a comparable job to the Arkansas job in the SEC. You want to talk about a guy that gets your fan base fired up? That's your guy. You want a guy that knows what he's doing? That's your guy. I don't like the idea of taking a flyer on a guy like John Gruden, because John Gruden's never coached college football before. He's a 500 coach in the NFL. I think, the James Franklin thing to me is dicey simply because Jimmy Sexton gets involved in these things and plays one against the other.
Gross.
You don't want to get into a bidding war. I think not only is PJ Fleck a good hire, but he's a safe hire. He's not a guy that's going to burn you.
We know.
And that's based on nothing more than a couple of people I talked to that said, you know what, PJ would make a whole lot of sense.
Right. You get a little bit of the Houston nut, get you fired up top. You also got, obviously, the Lindsey connection with the quarterback,
Mm-hmm.
and we know that that's a huge backer if that became an option. So, I mean, I definitely see what you're saying. I definitely could see it.
Well, PJ Fleck would be an upgrade to what they've had since Petrino was there the first time. I mean, easily.
What about Chad Morris, man? The highest paid offensive coordinator in football.
Oh,
well, tied with Gus.
Oh, gross.
Yeah, I know.
How crazy is it that
Does he have a helicopter? His own helicopter that he can go to his kids' games on Friday night.
How crazy is it that there is a coach out there right now that a lot of people would say would be maybe the best hire, Eric Morris, there at North Texas.
That's his problem.
Exactly,
His last name.
exactly. There are a lot of people that will not even entertain the thought because he's a Morris.
And there's a lot of people that are like, no, nobody from the Big Ten. We had Bielema. Like they have that. I've heard someone say that about Franklin yesterday. Which Fleck, up at Minnesota, kind of similar. So
it's incredibly important to get the right guy, not the biggest name. You don't have to win. You don't have to win the press conference. Win games in September and October versus winning a press conference in December or January. Eric Morris is a great coach. He's an up and coming coach, and you may pass on him because he's a guy from Conference USA. That could be a mistake. I hear Silverfield's name get mentioned a lot. To me, he's like a teenager on Adderall. He reverses and onside kicks, and we're playing it like we're PA. Against the SEC. You go back to the Arkansas game, but man, what are you doing? And I'll give you another name that I think will be on the move is Brian Newberry at Navy. He's a defensive guy. He's not married to the flex bone. It's just what they run. He's also got Arkansas ties. He was at SAU in the late 90s. He's an Oklahoma guy. Yeah, and I'm telling you, that's a guy, like, if you're looking to reset the culture, that's the kind of guy you're looking for, like the profile that you're looking for. Now, Brian Newberry doesn't win over your fan base. TJ Fleck does, and they're basically the same guy.
Yeah. One thing that I don't, unfortunately, the world we're in now with college football is a lot of people want that cliche top hire. The guy that's going to come in, you got to win over the NIL. You got, the John Calipari, so to speak. That for a fact he's going to be backed. So some of these names like Lashley or Fleck or Newberry, and now Fleck, I won't say that because you got the Lindsey connection, so I think there's definitely going to be some help there. But some of these guys, you may not get that, and I think that's kind of the problem with Petrino at this point, where obviously he's not won yet. They keep having these 3-point losses, and then you just keep losing, and you're getting your heart broke every week. So that's just turned. I think that was an 80-20. People wanted Petrino at first, and now that's gone to the other way almost completely flipped. I mean, it's definitely 40-60 at best, I think, at this point. And, so the whole NIL part is something that definitely I think will win over the fan base. But at the same time, I think it's more important to get the right guy. If he can come in and show immediate improvement, I think the rest of that will come as well. What are your all's thoughts on that?
Not a name drop, just a guy I've gotten to know through the years. Todd Graham, the former Tulsa coach, Arizona State coach, a friend of mine. And I was texting back and forth with him about a week ago. And there's been an interesting flip in the last couple of coaching cycles. And he said coaches are now where a job like Arkansas or Penn State or LSU would open up, and there would be coaches just lining up to get to these jobs. Now the coaches are kind of, they'll say, hey, we're interested, but you got to show me your book. Right. You got to show me what you have before they're jumping at jobs. And that falls back to the universities to say, okay, here's what we got. Here's our NIL. Here's how we're going to get you here. Here's how we're going to get the players. Here's how we're going to do this. And the coaches are now being very picky about that. That's why I don't think we've seen a bunch of names pop up for the Penn State job or the LSU job that make a lot of sense. The coaches are a little bit more savvy about this. The agents are a little bit more savvy because you can go get the $6 or $7 million a year to go coach teams if you have the support to do it. And I think the coaches have become very leery of, the bait and switch. Like, hey, we'll pay you $8, but we don't have anything on the back end. Right. And I thought that was an interesting sort of flip in the way that the coaching coaches go now.
Yeah, and another thing that I've noticed is you remember when obviously before Pittman got fired, and that was he's on a hot seat, and that's kind of the the topics going on even throughout the offseason and listening to all the fall camp interviews and all that. But we heard about revenue sharing all the time. Revenue sharing is going to help things and all that. Well, since his coaching search has started, we don't hear about revenue sharing at all. I haven't heard a word of y'all. Yeah. So, I mean, how big is that going to be a factor? Obviously,
it's not.
Everything I'm hearing, it's not really that.
So, revenue sharing, even if they have it, people are still going to pay people underneath the table and all that. I mean, that's it. The whole thing is out the window. Like, there's no rules to this thing. It's over.
Well, maybe I'm oversimplifying the revenue sharing thing, but okay, you get to $21.5 million, whatever that number happens to be. Well, everybody got that. Ohio State got that.
Right.
Notre Dame got that. Oklahoma got that. Teams in your neighborhood got that. Kentucky, everybody got the money. So it doesn't give you a jump on anybody. You didn't gain ground. You sort of stood still, but hey, you still got the money to go out and do what you need. I think Arkansas's biggest issue, and this is just me, this is my opinion, me stepping out, is that they have lost touch with the players in the state of Arkansas. You look at the top 10 recruits in the state of Arkansas. These are guys in your backyard that could be the spine of every recruiting class you have, and they simply refuse. They simply refuse to recruit these kids.
Yeah, I have been,
and I have absolutely no idea why.
I agree. I've been on the soapbox for a while that, I know that we're not going to produce 15 Division I kind of guys every year, but this thing where we've only got 2 guys that are getting offers, 3, things like that, 4 or 5 on a big year, that's I don't agree with that at all. I think you can get 7 to 10 guys every year, which 2 or 3 of those, maybe 4 of them are going to be that 3-star kid that you want to kind of develop. And I know it's tough to develop right now in the whole NIL world, but you got guys that want to play for that helmet, and I think those guys eventually are going to go somewhere, transfer somewhere, wherever they go. Let's say they go to Austin Peay, and then eventually 3 years down the road, you see them at wherever, LSU or in Auburn. Those are some of the guys that I definitely think that they got to do a better job. Houston Nutt, one thing he was great about was getting in-state guys and recruit speed.
Here's the top 10, and this is what drives me nuts. Is you can tell me there aren't high-end defensive high-end players, but the top 10 committed to Ole Miss, SMU, Missouri, Oklahoma, the University of Miami.
Yeah.
There's one going to Arkansas, Appalachian State, OU, BYU. I mean, these are the top 10 kids, and Arkansas's got two of them. You can't tell me that there aren't high-end kids in this state because other schools are coming in and getting them.
I agree.
It's about communication. It's about Pittman's complete disregard to the state of Arkansas and its recruiting.
Yeah.
If I'm a parent of a recruitable athlete, hey, my kid's probably going elsewhere because we're not going to hear from Arkansas until late in the cycle. Drives me nuts. I don't understand it because these kids could literally be the spine for your recruiting class. You're bringing in 25 kids a year. You can go get 10. You only got to go out and get 15 and pay a premium for 15 because you got kids sitting in your backyard.
Yeah,
drives me nuts.
For sure. The bottom line is,
agree.
no matter what, they've got to get this right because college football is moving to an NFL style, and you're looking at some of these teams, such as Arkansas, may get left behind. You may literally get relegated if things don't get better very quickly here because of more money in TV and all that comes with it. And if you're not interesting, then people are not going to want you to come along.
Mm-hmm. Very true. It's a TV show. At the end of the day, it's a TV show.
Yeah.
And if you're not in the game, you're going to get moved out.
Yeah. Well,
to your point about local recruits, the best teams that Arkansas has fielded in my lifetime had these great kids from Arkansas that were the backbone of the defense or the offensive line or something, or even a walk-on.
The quarterback.
Those teams were the best teams that I've seen on the field in my life.
Well, I mean, look at the last really good team you had. You had Tyler Wilson at quarterback. You had Greg Childs at wide receiver.
Drew Morgan.
You're
talking about that. I was talking about the one good year out of Bielema, but I got you. You're talking about
all the Warren kids. I mean, you've had offensive linemen that have come through that have been really good offensive linemen for Arkansas. I know that the 98 year, you had a lot of kids from Arkansas on that offensive line. Yeah. There are definitely kids that you can develop, and I know that this isn't a development type of time that we're in, but hopefully eventually that will settle down some, and you'll start seeing kids at least having to stay and honor some commitment. That the NIL has got to have some give and take in it. It's ridiculous the way things are going, where you throw them like what's the kid's name? Madden Ali, whatever the kid's name.
I'm leaving you.
Right?
Yeah.
Amaliava.
He goes to UCLA.
There we go.
Look how that works out for him.
Yeah, but they gave him $500,000 and he didn't even make it through spring practice.
It's ridiculous.
That's ridiculous. It's unreal. Anyway, all right, man. We'll let you go. I'll talk to you tomorrow. I appreciate you.
All right, buddy. You bet. Anytime.
All right, man. Thank you.
Be good.
All right, Zach Arns of ESPN Radio. We've had a great show, I think. I know it's been long. It's been arduous.
4 hours and 3 minutes right now.
4 hours and 3 minutes of stream. That's the longest stream that we've had outside of state tournaments.
Yeah.
So, anyway, we've had a good time, though. Appreciate you. Thank you for joining us here. We'd like to do more stuff, premium content. Hopefully you've enjoyed this. A lot of information out there. That part right there was probably worth the $9.99 right there. I mean, really.
$12.99 if you're an Apple fan.
Man, that stinks.
Look, I've been telling y'all for years.
Oh Lord,
here we go. Be adults and get a grown-up phone.
I had a Samsung one time. I hated it.
Too complicated for you?
Make your own ringtone though. It's a bonus.
No, what I hate is the fact that you can't communicate with 70% of the world that have iPhones.
The green text, yeah, I got you.
No, it's not that. It was like sending videos. I could get these small compressed videos. Some of them wouldn't even go through. It was awful.
Yeah, that's all on iPhone, man.
It's awful.
You're getting throttled thanks to the
He's
software.
talking about when he had a Samsung.
Yeah, I know.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Anyway, appreciate you joining us, and we will talk to you soon. Game of the week, Clinton and Fountain Lake and
Blytheville-Pottsville.
Yeah. ASN Classic coming up. Make sure you keep your membership for that. 6 awesome games that day. A lot of good high school basketball. You're not going to want to miss that.
January 3rd, right?
January 3rd, yes, sir. 6 weeks from now. So not too long. Appreciate you joining us.